Good morning. Start a few minutes early since some of y'all already been in there. Let me just. I'll be looking on my phone a lot because the StreamYard's a bit slow. I logged in early, so it seems to be. I guess it needs to warm up, but let's see. So, good morning to you, Carbon Q, and the everyday life of an OCD-ish chick. No, I did not have any. I don't eat in the morning. I fast, so I'm not on meat, but I do have eggs. If you want oatmeal porridge, I can help you with that. Um, Blessings to you, bougie prepper. Blessings to you, Psalms 146. Okay, it's a little bit better right now. Blessings to you, Lashes Journey. And good morning to you. Blessings to you, Jarrett's Talks. Bean Juice Galore. Thanks for rolling on through. And blessings to you, 93 Stang. And April Showers, blessings to you as well. I see you here. And everyone's just greeting each other. So, for those who don't know or don't remember, if you type hashtag urban, you can drop your link throughout the chat, and that's okay. But other promotion, we don't do that over here. So just drop your link. I got my cup of tea ready to go. So get yours going if you don't have it ready yet. And we'll talk about what's going on in these streets. But and also, don't forget to thumbs up the video. It helps with the algorithm if you can share it out, as the notifications, as you know, don't always pop up for people. So just let people know that we here. And I hope everyone had a good week. My week was pretty good. Yesterday was a bit hard though. I don't know what happened. I had like a tension headache in my eye. Even now it's starting back up. I don't know if it's my sinuses or what, but I have my diffuser going with eucalyptus, and that's what I'm doing here. I told people I'm going live and they sent me a voice note, so I wish I can't. These people. So we'll talk about a few things that's going on in the news shortly, but let more people come roll on through. Bouger, he's badass, is having a taco salad for breakfast. I had leftover taco meat. Yeah, I checked my blood pressure before I came live. It is going down. The top number is actually excellent. The systolic, the diastolic is going down, but it's taking its time. So that needs to be addressed. But yeah, it probably is a bit of the pressure yesterday. I'm still on the herbalist stuff. I'm still, eating properly, water with like all the different stuff I'm still doing. And I guess sometimes your body's like doing so much at once, purging. And yesterday was like, whoa. And I think it's sinuses as well, because myself and two other people, what's going on with this tea bag? The tea bag is literally like falling apart in the cup, and the leaves are all over the cup. So you're gonna probably, yep, it's totally. So blessings to you, Kane, 1906. But it is getting better. I was a bit irritated. I'm like, really, all that you're doing, like, it's so annoying when you're doing all this stuff and you're not getting the results. I haven't seen obese Denise 93 staying, but I'm sure I heard her last night. And the thing about it is, it's heavily snowed outside in the back, so it's just a pile of snow. So I can see the footprints. I haven't seen new footprints in a while, but I saw something last night. Well, this morning when I looked, a disturbance with the snow. But I don't think she can get under the deck anymore, because I literally blocked it with. It looks like a hot mess. So once spring comes, I'm going to paint those skids to make it match the deck. Move what's in the way so it's a nice flush wall. It looks nice and tidy, not like a mishmash of just skid leaning against the opening. So I don't think she can get under there. And I'm going to get some spikes to keep her from climbing certain parts to get onto my roof. So, that's what I'm going to be doing. Meat in my taco. Yeah. And that's about it for still working on my cup of hot water. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, the blood pressure is getting better, but I think, it's a slow. Obviously, the herbalist was probably right. There's something else going on, because if the medication is not working, you're taking it, there's another underlying problem which is being addressed. So it just takes some time, unfortunately. Yeah, obese Denise. So, but speaking of which, let's talk about. I'm going to just go on my phone and get the article. For those of you who don't know, or we probably heard an American version of what's going on over here, but there is an issue with the gun laws in Canada, and they were taking away some guns and going to ban certain guns, hunting guns. So there's been an update February 3rd, yesterday. So this is from the Globe and Mail. My friend sent it to me because I wasn't even paying attention. But the federal government is withdrawing the controversial amendments to its gun legislation. So they had tried to slip in, hey, blessings, Tori's brain. They tried to slip in two things at the last minute that would have really been a problem. And when it was exposed and the conservative government exposed it and other people started to band together to fight it, it became a big problem, because you're trying to ban handguns, but then you're slipping in some other stuff that has nothing to do with the handgun. So I'll quickly just I'll just summarize what's on here. So they withdrawing controversial amendments to its gun legislation that would have banned thousands of assault style firearms, but which was widely criticized for also targeting rifles and shotguns popular to hunters. The surprise move was announced at the House of Commons Public Safety Committee on Friday morning, after the Liberals have spent months defending their amendments, even after the minority government lost necessary support from opposition parties for Bill C-21 to target handguns. But in the late stage amendments, the Liberals expanded the law to also target assault-style rifles. The change had a rare impact of uniting all opposition parties against the law. I'll just scroll down. So even like the NDP and the Bloc Québécois had supported the bill. The First Nations Assembly unanimously opposed the amendments because they rely on hunting, which would criminalize guns the First Nations people commonly use for hunting. And then I scroll down. The legislation was designed to freeze the sale of handguns, crack down on gun smuggling, and automatically revoke firearms licenses for domestic abusers. Advocates who had criticized Trudeau for not delivering on promises of enacting stronger gun control welcomed the bill. I'll scroll down. They had stuck in I'm saying this amendment, and to expand it to cover assault style firearms. The amendments were introduced in two sections. The first section is a list of thousands of banned firearms. It also lists exceptions to the bans. The second includes language that would automatically ban future weapons before they came on the market if they are assault style firearms as defined by the government. In any event, that has been removed from the proposed legislation. So that's a win. That's a win for us over here, the hunters and the people who rely on firearms for like rifles and shotguns. That is a win. So now people are going to be keeping a closer eye on what they're putting in these documents. So they're going to have to be careful. And the thing that why it was such a big deal as well was that the way that it was worded would have made it very difficult for future governments to reverse the changes. So that's that. So let me go back and see what I missed. Hey, G Mama, blessings to you. Um, oh Lord, I'm just pressing wrong buttons. Okay. So G Mama's here. Did I miss anybody else? Oh, hey, the Virginia Bushcrafter. I saw someone say hi to you. Okay, see now. So that's what's going on here. So the firearms, the amendments that were put into that legislation, Bill C-21, has been reversed, but we're still fighting against the ban on handguns itself. So hopefully that part can be addressed, and a lot of people and groups and hunting groups are actually donating to the cause for for the legal fund for the main group here that fights for gun laws for everybody in Canada. A lot of provinces are working together. Hey, Miss AKA lady. So that's a win for us. So that's, keep that um in your, your radar for the news to see what's going on. Also, what else happened in the news this week? I'm trying to look quickly. There's a few things that happened and I can't even remember what I saw because there's so much going on. But if anyone has anything to mention, you can also type it in the chat and let me. Oh, I forgot to drop the link. I will drop the link as well. Today is just an open discussion, and we'll just see what's going on in the news and what's of interest. And what happened since last week, 93 staying with Memphis. I know what happened last week, but any other, I haven't heard anything on my news over here. Have there been any other discussions about what's going on in Memphis? Hey, the Queen Whitney's World. Good to see you. Anybody know anything about the spy balloon? I know last night I missed Backwoods. I think he meant that was a subject, but I didn't see anything. I didn't look it up, so let me look it up now. And it's called the spy balloon. Because we need to know what's going on. It's so hard to keep up with everything. And sometimes I'm relying on a lot of you guys to. Oh, let me read the article. Let me summarize it. What is the spy balloon? Okay, I'll click on the CNN article. And yeah, I went in there, but then I left Backwoods because I was also in 2 other lives, and I said, okay, this is just too much. So I'm going to rewatch his live. So it says here, news that the Pentagon is monitoring a suspected blank red country surveillance balloon. I don't know if I'll get in trouble, but I'm reading verbatim from the CNN website. In the skies over the continental U.S. raises a series of questions, not least among them, what exactly it might be doing. Officials have said the flight path of the balloon, first spotted over Montana on Thursday, could potentially take it over a number of sensitive sites, and say they are taking steps to protect against foreign intelligence collection. So has the balloon been removed? But what's less clear is why the blank E's spies would want to use a balloon rather than a satellite to gather information. Maybe because a balloon wouldn't be noticed. I'm not sure. I'm just going to scroll down. I'm not going to go through everything. It is appearing to hang out for longer period of time this time around and is more persistent than in previous instances. That would be one distinguishing factor. The balloon, Beijing claimed the balloon was a civilian airship used mainly for weather research. So how are you doing weather research on top of another country that doesn't belong to you? Did they ask permit? What is this? This That's the first admission that the airship originated in China since, well, I'll say it because it says it, since the Pentagon revealed it was tracking the balloon on Thursday. Wow. Okay, guys. I'm just taking a quick, peruse through the article. And if those of you who know about it can kind of chime in, but I find it strange, just, on a first glance, that there's a balloon floating around the U.S. that just happens to be floating around, and it only got noticed now. Like, how long was it floating around? And how do you just put a balloon into U.S. airspace and nobody knows anything about it? I'm not too sure. That doesn't make any sense to me. Does somebody have any other information that was spoken on, or you read, or you want to come up? But that to me sounds a bit strange. And It's certainly not unnoticeable. So is that a distraction for something else? I'm not I'm not sure, but now I'm very curious. Okay, so hold on. Buji's Carbon saying Hawaii was another place. I forgot what the other. Okay, so the balloon was also in Hawaii. This is very strange. In the same area. And does somebody know what's in that area? Is that a lot of military um bases or spots for supplies? Like what's in Montana? What's in these areas? Obviously it's something. That's very, very strange. And who uses balloons in 2023? But then again, hey, triple threat, sometimes if you use things that are old fashioned, I think it's a distraction for something else, guys. I just have a feeling. It's definitely a distraction for something else. Because how do you not see a balloon floating across across the skies? Yeah, but 93 saying I think it's fake news. It's fake in terms of it's a distraction tactic. And why are you collecting weather in somebody else's country? Like, come on. This is actually kind of funny. Funny, not funny. This is ridiculous. And it's still is it still floating in the air? Like, have they not removed it? Like, excuse me, you don't come into our space and start doing research. No problem. Yep, it's okay to be in the bushes. That's a bit strange to me, guys. Um, yeah, something's not too right with that, guys. We have to keep an eye on that and see what's. Hold on, let me see what. That's where we house our nuke bases. You see? Well, they're checking for weather. They ain't checking for no weather. They can go on the internet and check the weather. It tells you on the internet the weather, the humidity, and all that different stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna watch. Yeah, I'm gonna watch. I did watch the first 5 minutes, but I left, so I'll watch it today. I'll play it in the background today. 'Cause I know he was playing a video of himself. I think he pre-recorded some information, and then I left at that point. So I'll go back and watch it. And we have to kind of keep your ears low to the ground because it's a lot of things you wouldn't know until you start listening to underground YouTube people and talking, unless it's allowed. Exactly. So maybe that's what I'm saying, Bougie. The balloon must have been allowed. You don't just come and put a balloon unless they are going outside of the area that they agreed upon, and now they're kind of floating over where they really want to float over to get more information. But I don't think you need to put a balloon to see somebody's, satellites is where it's at. Unless something else is going on. Morning, Krubby the Beagle. Something's going on, guys. I don't know what it is. And you don't want to always be so, oh my God, something's going on. But just keep our eye on it. There's an Air Force base and Army base in Montana. Good morning, Rocks Just Living. And I wonder if that base, what's so important about the one in Montana? Is that does that have some significance, Montana, compared to other places? Or is Montana just easier to do this kind of sneaky stuff with because it's out in a remote area? We have several bases in the area, and we detected the balloon earlier a few weeks ago, but did not release anything until the news reported it. Unless it's a slow news day and they're just releasing that just to have some news to talk about. I'm just reading up. So Virginia said, a balloon is used as we use drones. With balloons, they don't have any casualties. That's what I think. Yeah, something is a bit, because when I looked it up on my phone, the first thing it said was those kind of balloons were used since the 1950s. Like it's a very vintage way of doing things. Let me see here. I think Monkey Works might have more info on this. He tends to keep his eyes on the skies. Okay, I don't know. I guess it's a channel. I'll check that out. The Air Force Base in Montana is major. Okay, okay, so that's good to note. Because some of you guys, you keep your ears low to the ground. You know this stuff. I'm over here in Toronto, so it's like, who, Montana, what? I think of Montana as, cowboys, horses, and, mountains. Meanwhile, there's a big old base over there, what you guys are saying. I truly don't believe the U.S. allowed an aircraft or balloon to come from another country just freely roaming. Something doesn't add up. Something doesn't add up because half of you all who fly drones have to go through so much rigmarole and red tape, and you're in the U.S. So I don't see how they just release something to fly over. No, there were some permissions given for some other project or some other reason, and now it's coming to fruition that, oh, it's not what that was. Who knows? Maybe they were saying it's for a weather project for a U.S. company, but meanwhile it's a Chinese-based company. I don't know, but something doesn't make sense with that story. Just by the few facts that I've read, doesn't make sense. The second balloon, there's another balloon. The second balloon is flying over South America. It sounds to me like they want more current intel of the topography of the land, because maybe they want to make sure certain things are. That's something, I better not say all that. Blessings to you, D Macro. Something doesn't sound too right, guys. Something don't sound right. Hey, G Quat, Miss Ellen Panky. I don't think anyone has. I certainly haven't been to Montana, but people may drive through it. Truck drivers, who knows? Like, people go through a lot of different areas. Yeah, something don't sound right, guys. That's strange. But I'm gonna watch Backwood's video to see what his take is on it and what they talked about. But that just sounds very strange with all that's going on, with all the technology, that a balloon just floating around in the air, gathering intel, and nothing's been removed. And from what you guys have just told me, Montana has a big base. So let's see how that pans out. I also noticed, we talked a few weeks ago about the charges laid against a celebrity actor producer for a incident on a movie set, and he is being charged. Don't type the names. We know who we're talking about. Don't actually type the people names. He's being formally charged with involuntary manslaughter. I played 2 articles this week, and I played it again this morning just to make sure the facts were fresh. But let me just pause there. Hold on. But I'm going to that topic next. But let me just catch up. Sounds like an inside job to me. Can't put nothing past this. No, you can't. It doesn't make sense. The amount of rigmarole you guys have to go through to put up a drone, and who's watching, and they're watching everything, but then now a balloon just floating across the skies. Bottom line, they don't want us to know. I'm sure the Pentagon knows exactly. I definitely believe that. Definitely. Whoops, I missed. It's definitely not right, and it should not have happened. If we invaded their airspace, they would have deleted it. Yes, that would have been gone. Some don't make sense, guys. And I think all of us in here are preppers to some degree, some more than others. I'm like maybe on the lower end of the totem pole, more new and more getting things ready. Some of you have been doing this for a long, long time. These are the kind of things you got to keep your eye on. Just keep your eye on it. Not walking around scared to death, but just keep your eye, because something don't sound right. Something don't smell right. Now back to the celebrity who's now been charged with involuntary manslaughter. So we had a conversation last time based on the information that we had at that time. And more of it was based on the accused, the defendant's perspective. We were talking about it as if, it's a prop. They have no training, what ifs, and made some hypotheses. But based on the new information that was released, I'll summarize what I remember offhand, then we can discuss it. Because we were like, okay, a prop is a prop is a prop. And that is true. But from what I understand, the actor / producer missed the mandatory firearm safety training that was required. When they did come and do the training, they were on their cell phone, distracted, speaking to their family. And when it was all said and done, they're lucky if they got 30 minutes of the proper training for the firearm. It was also discussed that, morning, Gina. It was also discussed that the armorer, the lady who's also being charged, is supposed to, the actor is supposed to, I guess each time they, you know, take the firearm or give it back, the armorer is supposed to, in front of the actor, unload it, do the axe and prove and show them that the firearm is empty. That wasn't done. The actor wasn't doing that to make sure, okay, is it empty? Boom, 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 and before they start rehearsal or practicing whatever they're practicing. I don't know. They also mentioned that the actor is well aware that they are not supposed to point. Remember we mentioned that last time? Be pointing it at people. And there was more than one occasion when it was being pointed at the crew members. The actor mentioned they would never pull the trigger. It was mentioned that the actor had the finger on the trigger many a times. Because sometimes you don't realize that you have it on the trigger. Hey, blessings to you, BNC Gardening. Sometimes you don't realize it's on the trigger. Because I'm new, so I know I had to make sure that I know where my finger is, because you may inadvertently, So they're saying, the prosecution is saying that this information and this training and this understanding is well aware, and that the understanding on set is that it's loaded. You treat it like it's loaded, for real, for real. So that concept that we were talking about, that, oh, it's a prop, that's not what they're saying. That's why they're charging this person with involuntary or whatever, negligence, because with all they're taking into account all this person's experience being on set, being in various projects, the training that has been happened over the, I guess, every project does safety training before the project. I think it's kind of mandatory from what they're saying. So it wouldn't have been the first time they had training if they've done movies requiring the use of firearms. So this is what's all being taken into account. So now that we know this added information, this added layer of information, I think for me, there's something rotten in Denmark. Yes, I remember that. That changes my perspective, because I was saying last time, if acts improve, like I got my training done in November. I'm very new at this firearms thing, but I know they drilled into us, acts improve, acts improve. And if because I know in the class, if you pointed it at anybody, that was immediate failure. If you pointed it at the instructor, that was an immediate failure, and you weren't getting your money back. So that changes my perspective in terms of the charges being laid. Because I said, we'll wait to hear and see what else comes out. The number one rule for firearm is not to point exactly, loaded or unloaded exactly. Do not point it at anybody under any. And he was pointing it around willy nilly. And what I also remember, just came back to me now, another person was charged, but he took a plea deal. So he's not going to be on trial. And from what I understand, the armorer, she's being charged because she's in charge of loading, unloading, and handling, and of the firearms. But I think this other gentleman was supposed to always be present when something was happening, or rehearsals, when the firearm was present, and he was not present. So because he was not present, that also was a problem, because he could have corrected, any bad handling. Hey, Tay Weezy. So there's a lot of layers to the negligence that was involved. So people were not doing their jobs. The gentleman, I forgot his name, who took a plea deal, because he knew he had enough sense to know, what, there's no arguing this away. There's no, you did not do what you're supposed to be doing, flat out, period. And he knew it, and he took the punishment, got a lower plea deal, and that's what he did. And now for him, it's pretty much finished. People who are fighting it and saying, oh, we're going to fight all the charges, I'm not sure you have a leg to stand on. Because if you were pointing it at other crew members, and it wasn't just the person who had, who was a fatality, that shows me you're kind of willy-nilly with the firearm. Um, let me see what in Tarzan was live round. That's why the armorer is being charged, because she's supposed to handle all of that. So her charges, in my opinion, are not going to be easy to brush under the carpet, because your job is to make sure that everything should have been dummies, blanks, whatever you want to call them. They should not have been live. The actor is supposed to make sure, irregardless, that you have unloaded and loaded and all the stuff was done. And he wasn't doing those checks. So they're holding them accountable for their lack of application of the safety measures. And from what they're saying, he was well aware of the safety measures. Um, so this means that it's all right for them to use real seeds rather than rubber? No, they were not supposed to use real seeds. So that's a whole other question. How did real seeds even get on the property, on the premises? Because if I'm doing that kind of job, I don't even want nothing real on the property. Because if we don't need to be using them and it's not part of the scope of this project, I don't want them on my property. Period. Because that's going to cause a lot of confusion if you're rushing and going through the things quickly. Um, I don't think he was going to serve time. Maybe not, but after hearing the new information, I really think that there needs to be some accountability. And I do think that the charges are justified. I'll say that. I want to say something else, but allegedly. I think the charges are justified based on what has been advised on the news. NBC and CNN had a quick article I watched this morning, allegedly, but I think the charges are justified. That there was negligence. Had he been following the basic safety guidelines of not pointing it at people, even if it went and discharged, there wouldn't have been a fatality. And I thought maybe they weren't aware and they were very, amateur. And I'm putting it, with me being brand new to firearms. But no, that's not the case. That this was been drilled and the person was too busy on their phone talking to their family and missing mandatory training. And that leads me to another point. If you're missing mandatory training, well, they missed the training class. They were too busy out doing whatever they were doing. So why would you allow the person who missed a training class to continue to the next step of the project? To me, that makes no sense. But I guess because he's the producer, that's why that happened. Because he's filling two shoes. He's an actor and he's a producer. So he's these people's employer, their boss, their supervisory, person. That's why he got away with it. So now that's why he has to be held accountable. Because if he missed the required training, he should not have been allowed to continue. So who's to blame for that? Who's to blame for that? I don't, well, the company. And the company is, I guess, him, the production company. Um, I'm confused. Why is a real That's what we were saying last time. Why would there even be a real one on set? And if you're going to demand that people take a training class and then not show up, why are you having them handling real, like this, the whole thing? And the more we talk about it, the more disgusting it actually is. Like there was no need for that lady to lose her, to be um a casualty of a quote unquote workplace accident. There was no excuse for that. The more that we start hearing about it, there's no excuse. I think there needs to be accountability, and he has to be held accountable. And if he had not been pointing it at people, this would have just been maybe another thing that was ignored. But unfortunately, the actor did not check the firearm to know. Correct. Always check the correct. And from what they said on the news, the armorer, the actor's supposed to ask the armorer to unload it and show them in front of their face that it's empty and unloaded before they start handling it, or whatever the case may be. I don't see even why it has to be loaded. If you're doing a prop and you're making stuff up, why are you, I don't know. And at this point, if they didn't come for the training class, I would be using a stunt double that's properly trained in firearm safety to be doing whatever they need to be doing. Because if you're only showing a shot of the person's hand and pow, 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 and not their body and face, use a stunt double. Get somebody who knows what they're doing to do the handling, and then just crop in the video, editing, whatever you need to do, and make it look like the actor. That's not the actor. I don't think, yeah, I don't think so. That's kind of why my viewpoint is shifted. And this kind of foolishness gives firearms people a bad name because people aren't looking at the facts of the story. They're like, oh, a firearm, and firearms are listen, we all know they can't go off by themselves. Somebody had to do some foolery for it to go off. We need to be held accountable for our behavior, and people are what is the problem, not the object. It's just an object. It's people. But I think, yeah, exactly. No matter your rank, I think because he was a producer, these infractions of proper procedure and protocol were ignored. I, I keep wondering, why would they be using real seeds? And maybe the person said stuff like, "Don't point that at me. Don't point that at me." Like, like, and oh yeah, yeah, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. A cocky kind of man. Oh, it's fine, it's fine. Allegedly, I'm assuming, I'm imagining. And the man, the fact that the man is saying, in my opinion, they're gonna fight this. These are unjust charges. Were you there? Were you actually there at your own incident? What's unjust about the charges? Like, think about it. I know he's in it and he's feeling it, but in my opinion, based on what I'm, seeing now being released, you did not pay attention at training class. You missed one of the training classes. You're on your phone talking to whomever. How are you saying now that the charges are unjustified? Are you smoking something in the back corner that you shouldn't be smoking? I'm not too sure. And do we have to have things looking so real to the point that people's lives are in jeopardy? I did it myself because back in the day, the definite sounded fake, but no one got harmed. Exactly. They sounded fake. And there's a whole team on the movies that does sound. And they can input sounds and make things sound, fuller and realer, and put real and put layers on it and add crackles and pops. And there's a whole department that does sound. So as long as it looks real, why do you need to have a actual? So keep an eye on this story, guys. That was very. I think the charges are justified, in my opinion, based on the information that I'm seeing. But I'm not going to speak on guilt or intent. That's not for me to speak on. But it definitely could have been avoided, and it just goes to show you, if something's happening at your workplace and it's unsafe, somebody needs to say something about it, because I don't know if it was said or they were addressing, saying, sir, like, you can't be pointing or taking away from him. Like, no, 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 because look what happened. He thought he was cute because of who he is. Has a disrespect for other. Exactly. You have to respect the tool. Good morning, Jova. You have to respect the tool. I'm going to hold a pen. Like, you have to respect the tool, and you have to respect, you can't even see it, and respect the people around you. You have to have respect for the tool. And if we're out here talking to kids like, oh, be safe and be responsible, and then you as an adult are doing something willy-nilly, sorry, shouldn't cough in the mic. Willy-nilly, that's egregious, and there's no excuse and there's no apology that can be said. I think you should shut your mouth, humble yourself, and maybe negotiate the charges, but don't go out and say these are egregious and it's false. False what? You did what you did, and somebody had to pay the ultimate price, and their family is without you, without them, like the lady, for no reason but because that you don't want to follow safety procedures and want to miss classes that are mandatory because I run things. I'm very it's very disgusting. It's very sad. And I wonder, had he, or Had it not been fatal, if we would have even heard, we probably wouldn't have heard about it, to be honest. And maybe he wouldn't have changed his bad behavior. Unfortunately, this had to happen. Oh, it's Miss. Okay, take care. We'll see you. I'll see you on Thursday. Yeah, Thursday for your live. Um, yeah, I'm just trying to check something. Hold on. Let me see what else I saw on the news. But if you have any other topics, let me know. Give me a second here. I'm checking what else I saw on the news this week. I don't know who that is. Hold on. Something. I'm on the gram. I think something else happened. I can't remember. Give me a second to find it. I'm pretty sure something. Because there's about 3 things that just caught my eye. Oh, hold on. Let me check my save folder. I think I saved it. They're probably not connected, but just random things that caught my eye. Let me see if I missed anything. And if you guys are in the chat, you can type #urban to drop your link. Let me see if there's something here that. Oh, okay, yeah. I also want to. Oh, happy Black History Month. That's what I want to mention. It's February, and it is Black History Month. And I'm just trying to do some research on different things, but all I seem to find when I look on Black history is American history, Black American history. So I don't know what's going on. If anybody has sites or stuff, you can send them to me on the Instagram. I'm not finding what I'm looking for. I'm looking for other things that maybe I never knew about from, around the globe, and inventions and stuff from around the globe. But I'm only finding Black American history. But happy Black History Month. And I saw in the news this week that the president of France has signed an agreement with, I think what's the country? Benin? Let me play it. Hold on. Let me play it because hold on. Let me play this article.
President Patrice Talon says he hopes the restitution continues. Given that French museums have a lot of other artwork from his country and their collections,
we hope that the restitution of these 26 works of art is just the first step in the ambitious process of restituting heritage piece.
The decision to return the artwork follows growing calls in Africa for European countries to return colonial spoils from museums.
Okay, so the French government has signed a deal. I can't remember which country because I missed that part. But President Macron, some country, in order to return artifacts back to the African origins that were taken through colonization and pilgrimage, and they're returning, I think it's 26 pieces of artwork back to the country. And I know people who have been fighting for this. Whoops. Whoa. Yeah, Benin. It's Benin. So they're returning 27 pieces of artwork back to Benin, and they're signing all. I don't know why there's so much red tape just to return stuff that doesn't belong to you. They're signing this and signing that, and it's all this back and forth. I just don't get it. I wasn't made for government. I can't be bothered. Just back and forth. But they're returning those artworks. I know people have been talking about this for about 3 years. To get artwork returned back to the African countries, artifacts and things of value. And why are we going to France and Europe to see these artifacts when they don't belong to the French? So that's a good thing. And I'm not sure what's happening in your states or cities for Black history, but there's some stuff happening here. There's actually there's a bit of a debate about something. I'm not sure what happened, but I was in the car and the radio said something's happening here, some kind of theatrical programming in the evenings for to exemplify Black art and Black theater. And I don't know, I don't believe that it's a Black only event, but maybe it's been promoted to Black people. And because of something, they're saying that other groups are being excluded. That's not even allowed here. So I don't really believe that. Good morning, Best Yet. I don't believe that, but they're making it seem like, oh, it's only Black people that can go to the event. I've been in the city for a long time, and I've gone to Black events and Black history, and there's been a lot of other people who are not Black that are there because they're allies to the culture and allies to the community. So I don't believe that happened, but they're making it seem like it's a Black only event and only Blacks can come, and they're making it about that and not about the arts and the culture and the events itself. So Anyways, there's events going on, and there's always a constant battle to justify what you're doing and why you're doing it, and they make it seem like these black groups are being racist, and that's not true, because there's never been an instance, as long as I've been in this city, that they have it and it's only for black people. It's always as a black event, and everyone is welcome, and a lot of people have gone that are not quote unquote black. But you have to watch how the marketing and the news portrays narratives, and make sure that you're very aware, because it just gives people a real bad name. Real bad name. And that's takes away from the whole point of black history, because I saw an ad in the MLS, which is where they list properties for sale, and the ad listed that the house is only for people of a certain cultural group. So that's allowed. And there's no problem, there's no uproar with that. But they're saying that this group promoting a black event is doing that, which they're not. But now there's a big uproar about that. Why? Like, I have a problem when they pick and choose who and who, you know. Yeah. Sometimes you do, but you can't. And then they make it, anyways. There's just a lot of, a lot of lies and a lot of narratives. I know in Florida, Black Soil Urban was saying that they can't do certain teaching there anymore because it's deemed like talking about slavery, black history. I don't know what you guys call it, but I call it foolishness. You can't talk about it, you can't teach it, you can't. How can you not teach what actually happened? Facts, dates, timestamps, things that affect your country, your state, your culture, things that affect the interaction, things that are affecting even now in 2023. How can you not talk about it and then just brush it under the rug? How can we all forget that Emmett Till's accuser is living her best life and didn't suffer any punishment and got to grow to a ripe old age of whatever? We just supposed to forget? Like, how do you, hey, Big Rooster, how do you want us to forget? Like, over here we have a day in September for the First Nations called a day of recon I can never remember it properly. Truth and reconciliation. Truth and reconciliation. And that's a powerful statement, because how can you have reconciliation if there's no truth? And if you're hiding the truth and covering up history, not gossip, not propaganda, actual history of stuff that happened, and you're not being truthful, how can there be reconciliation? And I think that's applicable to the black community, because they want you to just get over it, move on, and reconcile. But there's been no truth. There's been no acknowledgement. There's been no restitution, whatever you want to call it. People are fighting for reparations, and I don't know what I think about reparations, but I do know that the slave owners got paid, and they got money from the Bank of England for their loss of property. So I don't think it's unreasonable to pay reparations just based on these facts. So I don't know what you guys think and where you live, but you do need to fight to be able to express your history and speak about it openly and frankly. I don't think that's appropriate to have to be watering down and hiding the history because it makes them look bad, because they're uncomfortable. Maybe you should be uncomfortable. There's a whole concept that we have here that you have to sit in your shame. You have to own your shame. And then maybe you'll learn, because you've had to sit in it. You're not going to learn when you're just glossing over it. It's just, ridiculous. We are so much more than the slave narrative. Slavery happened to us. It was not who we are as people. We should be arguing to have them teach that. Exactly. History. That's just a small smidgen of the history. But you can't gloss over it, because there's repercussions from what happened, especially in America, that are still rolling over today. And that you can't have reconciliation without truth. Reconciliation or restitution can't be, it's like they're trying to gloss over the truth part. If you can't discuss and say that, yes, slavery happened, this happened, it was egregious, it was discussed, whatever you want to discuss, and talk about what happened, and talk about, even if you forget about the slavery portion, even if you just talk about the, let me just cough 1 second, give me a moment. Even if you forget about the slavery portion and talk about when the slaves were freed, a lot of stuff happened in that window as well that's unjust, that is still being dealt with today. That's still being I was watching something, and it's a whole big topic, so I don't want to go too deep because I'm not fully aware, but you guys would know when you talk about heirs laws or heirs. And a lot of people have lost lots of land and estates, black people, black families, because of heirs rules. And that's kind of why there's been a lack of generational wealth, because everything that has been accomplished somehow gets taken away. But no other groups have this story. Let me go on my phone and keep up with the chat. Keep up with this story, this narrative. So I find it problematic. Like, we can't keep, hold on, let me go in the live and get to the chat, glossing over things. We need to have honest and open dialogue about a lot of these topics because it's problematic. Carbon's okay, yes, we are much more than slavery. And that's the problem I'm having, because I'm trying to find information on Black history, not non-American Black history. And when I'm searching for it, I cannot find it. Hey, Soil Sister, I cannot find anything that's not, Booker T. Washington and Harriet Tubman, and I'm looking at, the peanut, the guy who made the peanuts. I can't find nothing else. You know, the one who made relaxers. I can't remember anyone's name right now. I'm at a loss. What's her name? The lady's name. Queen Helene. I'm not finding, the only thing that I know is what I know from Jamaica, like Marcus Garvey, Nanny of the Maroons, and stuff like that. But I'm trying to just go on the internet and search. I cannot find anything that's not American. And anything that's American is always linked to slavery. And that's a portion of the history. So there's a lack of availability of information, but then the little that we do have, we can't find it. Um, Jova is saying facts. And when Haiti revolted and won independence from France, Haiti had to pay reparations. Listen, don't get me started with that. And I even believe right now some African nations are still paying. Let's talk about some current stuff. Black issue stuff. 1 second. Let me catch up with the chat. We shouldn't be learning his story. We should be learning our story. His, her, our, all of it we should know. We should know all of it. And we should know our history, or their history, because we need to start pinpointing the inaccuracies of a lot of things. I was looking at one thing, and a lot of the patents that were given or not given to Black inventors and were taken by others so they can get the credit. There's a lot of contributions that have been made by the Black community, but a lot of it has been stolen, misappropriated, and the facts have been changed. And it's just like, it's irritating. I think I saw, oh, hey, African Dreaming, I see you here now. I'm just scrolling down. The destruction of Black towns, loss of generational. That's, and people are asking, somebody had said something to me about, well, it's not about economics, something to the effect of like, it's not economics. And I'm like, I don't know what they meant by that comment, but to me, there is a George Washington Carver, yes. Madam CJ, thank you, Madam CJ Walker. You know who I'm talking about. Hey, Planter Garden. That's the only information that's available. There is more to Black history, African history than just that. Haiti revolted and won against the French. The Maroons in Jamaica won against the British. They could not beat them. There's a lot of rich histories in a lot of these islands. The Guyanese, I believe, have a Maroon group as well that beat the British. I only heard that through my Guyanese friends because because they learn their own history in their country. But when I go and try to look it up, I can't find it. And I would have to know the exact person's name or the historical figure's name to understand to find them. And if I don't know it, I can't look it up. They're making it very difficult to find your history. So it's and very important that when you find something and you can post it. Um, but we need to know our history, their history, all of our history, African, Caribbean, Brazilian, like all of that. There's a strong African community in Brazil because that's where they went. A lot of them went when the slave trade, the Portuguese started the slave trade in Brazil. And from what I read on, I think it was a Netflix documentary, there was a lot of Brazilians after a certain point that actually moved back to Africa. So there's a strong Brazilian community in Africa of people who went back, had to learn the African languages over again, and they speak as a strong Portuguese culture. And there's a strong African culture in the Portuguese areas because they kind of went back and forth when they were allowed to move freely. And some of them repatriated back to Africa. They went right back. Um, there's a whole bunch of facts. Like it just we need to know more about what's going on. Negroes with Guns book. But okay, I will hold on. Let me screenshot that. Destruction of Black civilization. But okay, those are both in the same screenshot. So I will find. And it's like I'm literally looking for information. I know they came before. Did I get that in the screenshot? They came before Columbus. I think African gave me that book as well. And it's like I haven't looked in the library. I'm going to go to the library. But if you don't know the books' names, we had a book company here called A Different Book List, a book company. And they sold Black books, African history, things that you could not get readily available anywhere else. Um, they were whipping our butts here in America, but you can't find that either. They would have you think that the slaves didn't. Exactly. They have us thinking. That's why, as a child, I couldn't put my finger on it, but I used to hate when they reference the Gone with the Wind. Oh, I do declare. Oh, and then you see in the background these dark skinned mammies and pappies, and they were just so happy being slaves and so happy serving these people. Happy what? Miss me with that. You can't tell me that they didn't revolt. You cannot tell me they didn't revolt. We all come from the same not cloth. And every group, they had someone to revolt. The Haiti revolted, Jamaica revolted, Guyana revolted, Brazilians revolted. I know Americans revolt. We cannot sit there and take this treatment. There's no way that we just sat there. But oh, we just sat there. And then when slavery was over, we didn't know what to do with ourselves because we just didn't know how to do nothing. And how do you think there's so many inventions that happened during slavery? They came from the slaves. They had ingenious ideas, and some of them were not allowed to have patents. And they weren't allowed to read. Why? Because they knew that we were gifted people. We are a gifted group of people, and you can't tell me nothing different. And I'm not speaking against other races or other groups, but because they make us seem like we're so dumb. And I actually remember my friend showed me at the bus stop. She had a university textbook, and in the book, it was saying that Black people are the inferior race and we're not intelligent and our brain capacity. I couldn't believe this was in writing. And she showed me, she goes, yeah, and she showed me the chapter. And I was at the bus stop with her waiting for the bus to go to school. And that's what it said about Black people. I have no words. So you are in a class, you're paying good money to go to university to be told that Black people, and if I miss somebody, sorry, to tell that Black people are the inferior group of people. Nah, star. No, I don't. No. Everybody has their own giftings, but to say that a whole group of people are the inferior race, I'm sorry. Africans saying many people don't know the immense scale of the Eastern African slave trade. Only the West African slave trade is largely exactly. And even I don't know because I'm trying to find information. And I said to myself, okay, let me just find a few points to talk about because it's Black History Month. If you didn't know, guys, I'm Black. Those who didn't get the memo, I'm Black. And to share some points with people who may not know, maybe you don't know Caribbean history or Jamaican or I don't know Haitian history. We can share some information and present it so that we can not just have February, but spread information. And I couldn't find nothing besides the usual. Hey, Miss V, couldn't find nothing. And then but I did find a few things that we should know as gardeners and growing food. That the inventions, I'm gonna have to just take all of this stuff and screen because Carbon's dropping a lot of books in I'm gonna have to copy and paste and put them in the description bar so that people can find them easily because this is some good information. But people have a lot of opinions, and the perception is that Black people did not really contribute. We are criminals. We don't know how to run a city or a financial institution, and everything that has been attempted in the States has been burned down or destroyed, and we only loot and riot. And it's just that's not true. And there is slavery going on in Africa. Yes, there is still slavery, and especially, well, there's a sex trade. There's still slavery. I know people in the Middle Eastern. A lot of people are in slavery there because of this the pigmentation compared to the Persian looking in Africans. There's a whole disparity there. I've seen that on some documentaries. Black people are trendsetters, although they hate us. They really want to be us. That's what we need to make the Moors and what they rule Spain. I'm telling you, a lot of this information, I know it, but I'm trying to find it and have some concrete, and I can't find it. And let me know if it's just me. If you guys are, hey, I'm Darren. I see someone saying hi to you. I don't know if like I can't find it. If I want to find stuff about other things, I can find it no problem. I was watching a documentary on YouTube, and they're talking about the racism in Germany. And what happened was, as we all know, a lot of American military, Black military, were what's the word? Is it dispatched, or my stomach is growling? Was dispatched or sent to Germany to to do whatever they're doing over there. And this is in the 60s and the 50s, and the UK and other European countries. And there was a whole propaganda that they had in Germany that was also tied to the American government because they wanted to make sure that the Black military did not intermingle with the Germans, anybody who was not Black. They did not want any intermingling. They wanted to keep the segregation laws that they were going on in America and apply it over there. And that didn't really work because it wasn't that society. But they had a whole propaganda in Germany referring to Black people, and the imagery was these Black monsters and monkeys, and they were sexually assaulting white women, and keep your white women away from Black men because they're these savages. And they had even on their money. I have to find that documentary so I can share it. And I'm thinking, like, this has been a chronic problem across the globe. This is not just an American problem. This is going on all over the place. So that they were this distinction between the Blacks and the Germans, and to keep them separated. And then what happened was there was a lot of interracial relationships. Women got pregnant, and when it came down to it, when the American soldiers had to leave, some of them don't even know they have kids in Germany. To be honest, some of them don't even know they have kids in Germany, and they were raising biracial children in a town that didn't want Black. So those kids suffered tremendously. The military suffered tremendously. Like this, and the propaganda I can't even go through it factually. Like, I'm gonna have to find the video and get the points down and talk to you about it, clearly, because I'm just going all over the place. Deployed, thank you. Deployed in Germany. I'm saying dispatch. That's not the right word. Deployed, and it was even in England. There's a lot of. That's why I know the term. Like, I grew up with the term mulatto. We called half caste because my parents, were in England. So when we come here now, it's like, no, you're half breed or you're mixed. Now it's biracial, but I knew the term mulatto and half caste because there was a lot of half caste, biracial children as a result of the, again, US military being deployed in the UK. And the same thing happened then. There's a lot of people there who do not know who their father is. They had to go and fight to get military records to kind of figure out who their father was. And this is, Yep, this is exactly the same thing. They didn't want blacks going to the bars and restaurants with their white counterparts. Like this is not just this is history that we need to understand and talk about because it has caused a lot of problems. And you're saying what problems? Well, there are children who don't know, who are grown. They're not kids anymore. They're grown adults, have their own kids and their own grandchildren, and they don't know who their father is because of trying to bring over separation laws and those kind of American, they wanted, segregation laws and to apply it across the board. And trust and believe it wasn't hard to apply it because racists are everywhere. But there's been a lot of suffering as a result of this. And there's been a lot of economic disparity because these heirs laws, when you look at it, families have lost acres. I'm talking huge 100-acre properties that should have been kept in the family. That prevented a lot of generational wealth. So we need to understand the system that we're in and how to move in the system. So let's kind of know where we're coming from and kind of know where we're going. Stolen legacy. Oh, she's just dropping more book. I'm telling you, I'm trying to find more information and I can't find it. And I'm trying to find information that's not just American. I want all the Caribbean islands, all the diaspora. I'm trying to find African in Africa, Ghana, Nigeria, you know, what's the other country I know of? I have a friend from Cameroon, and people like, what's the history, and what can we? Hey, Mama's handprint. Are you still in Canada in the snow? I think you are. You know what? If you send me an email, Mama handprint, because if you're not too far from me, I can come and check you. I can come and check you. 'Cause I think you're probably not too far. So send me an email or get me on Instagram and I can link you up before you go. I'm not sure how long you're going to be here. Um, I'm in the same boat as you. I feel like, oh, someone's cold. Okay, you talk to somebody else. So yeah, let's make some efforts to find out our history. What I'm noticing is that the next generation really doesn't know nothing. And we got to share this information and teach them. Oh, yes, Jova, the disparity with the USDA loans given to farmers of color. I saw that as well. Carbon sent me something about a farmers. Yeah, so I was looking into that. That's a problem. It's problematic. It's problematic. I see someone. Oh, hey, Hutch. We need to know our history and understand. And it's not. People want to say, okay, you're being reverse racist. It's not reverse racism. And I'm not racist. Actually, I don't know. Let me be frank. I don't think any of us are really racist, but we do have the potential to be racist. It takes a lot of effort to not be racist, if that makes sense to you. Because with all that happens, the first thing that wants to fly out your mouth, I'll talk to my friend about it too. I'm like, and we both believe that everybody is a bit racist, if you want to be honest. Everybody has a tinge of racism, if you're honest. Because when somebody cuts you off or something happens, what's your first response? Is it you people? Them, what do you say? Because that's going to show you the truth of what's in deep in your heart. So I think everybody is, is racist to a certain degree, or if not racist, they're what's stereotypical. They have a bit of prejudice because there's a difference between prejudice and racism. There's a difference. But most of us understand that's not the way to go. We have to work and walk in love and unity. But the society does not make it easy to be walking in unity and love because they're always dividing and with groups of people, classes of people, wealth versus non-wealth, dark skin versus light skin, good hair versus not good hair, um, you know, mulatto versus whatever, all the different things. Like it's big. Yeah, it's always causing division. So when people say I'm not racist, I'm kind of like, I think you're kind of lying to yourself. Because if you live in this society, in this world, you have to be constantly reprogramming yourself and your mind to ensure that you're not being racist or bigoted in your behavior. Because when people I went to a store and the first thing they say is, and you people, and I'm like, who's you people? And these little comments that come and they say to you, it's like, but then they're not racist. Sure, buddy. Who you fooling? Who you fooling? And people think because their husband or their man is black that they're not racist. Let me just say that's not true, because I've heard my friend's brother left his relationship because when it came down to it, an argument happened, and the first thing that she threw out was the N word. This is someone who's been with this woman for years, have kids with the woman, and when something went left and something was being dealt with and discussed, the first thing she threw out was the N word. So I don't know if we can all say, "Oh, I'm not. I'm the." I'm not sure. Binghamton is. Oh, I'm missing the chat, but anyways. So we're talking about those kind of issues, and it's like we need to talk about the truth of the matter so that we can fix it and we can resolve it and we can move forward, because they want you to skirt over stuff. And I don't know how Florida can be allowed to just skirt over issues. The history is a history, the facts are the facts. Let's talk about it, and let's also speak about the broader history that they're ignoring. I don't think there's anything wrong with knowing history. And when people want to alter or silence history, or you can't talk about it, to me that's a red flag. Something just doesn't sit right with me with that. But I was looking up some basic history just to talk about today, especially when it comes to gardening, growing food. And the one thing, don't ask me the names. I can't remember the people, the names. Do I have the window open? Probably not. I think I closed the window. Um, I'll bring the names next week. But there's a invention of obviously the refrigerant, so keeping trucks cool. That helped with the food industry to bring food back and forth. There was also an invention, nitrogen. I think that it was either a black inventor or someone as a result of slavery. I don't remember, who understood about rotational cropping, so that there's nitrogen going back into the soil because there was too much cotton growing and always just cotton. So they understood about um, rotational crops to put cover crops, put nutrients back into the soil. That was invented or discovered by black farmers and agriculturalists. Also, there was a had a seed dropping device to plant seeds more quickly. I'll get that again next week. I'll have to pull it up off of my page. Um, Let me tell. Oh, Hutch saying sometimes. Hold on, let me put it up. Sometimes racism is really culturalism. Yes, it's not the color of the person necessarily, but the limited exposure to a different lifestyle. That is it too. Yes, definitely. That is a lot of it is that. And then I've encountered racist people. I don't know. I find it funny, but let me take a little break and get some more liquid. Give me one moment because no one's up here with me. So sorry, you're going to have to watch the screen. 1 second. Okay, put the kettle back on to boil and topped up my mug. Okay, so what did I miss here? Da, da, da. I so as they're saying that we are there are colors, not races. We are all human. I hear that all the time, but yet, you know, there's cultural differences, and I guess you can call it race, you can call it whatever you want to call it, but there is a distinction. Like you can distinctly see I'm not white, so there needs, I don't like when people always default and say, "Oh, it's the human race." Come on, guys, come on. I got run off the road at least 2 times by a transport truck because I was black, not because I was part of the human race. So to me, I don't want to diminish our experiences. We're all human beings, but there is racial distinctions. There's racial diversities. That's why there's been a constant struggle from beginning to now about race. We can't say, oh, we're the human race. No, there's a distinct treatment and a distinct experience I have because I'm black. That's not the same as my friends who are white. And we have discussions about that. And I don't want that to be a default and to say that. We are all human, we're all God's creation. That's understood. Let's there are racial distinctions. If they're writing in books that, as I said earlier, that black people are the inferior race, let's actually discuss the points, not we're all human race. Because I hear that all the time, and that's to me is colorism. Exactly, that's a whole other issue. Um, I and also even the colorism, or not even the colorism, the culturalism. I was exposed to coming on this platform because somebody it was on this platform that I think Lashes probably knows. I think she was there. Yeah, I think you were there. That I was told from a black person that I'm not black. And I said, "What are you talking about? What are you even talking about?" And the use of language, because I guess I'm not American. Yes, that's correct. I'm not American, but you can't say that I'm not black because I guess they consider black. I don't know what they considered, and that basically a blanket statement was made that American blacks hate us, hate Caribbean people who have come to that country. I don't know what how true that is, but so, that didn't make no sense to me. So, anyways, I just moved it along because obviously the vocabulary is very different, and what you call one thing, I may call something different. And I wasn't in the mood to even go into that because you can make whatever assumptions you want, and like I comprehend very well and very clearly. So I don't even that's a problem. So that's the first I've heard that I'm not black, but go figure. Um, but colorism's a problem. There's some problems we need to discuss. I don't want to, I'm an old head. I'm a grown adult. Most of us here, again, 35 plus, 40s, 50s, and let's actually talk about the issues. And race is a concept. Race, yes, in some regards is an illusion. It's really culture, but there are visual distinctions between groups of people that are quickly used to divide and you can observe that person's fat, that person's skinny, that person's this racial group. Just because I'm black, you can't assume now, okay, I'm American, I'm not American. That further divides now culture, creed, nationalism. There's other divides, but there is some merit on, I guess you could say, racial or features or whatever you want to call it. There is some merit with that because that's how we been trained, and that's how even we ourselves observe people. Okay, they're of this group of people, they're probably from this part of the world or ancestry. When you get to know the person, you get to know their nationality, their culture, their creed. But we need to I did drop it, but I'll drop it again. It's probably been a while since I dropped it. Give me a second. I'll drop it again, but it's been a minute probably since I dropped it. Farming While Black. Is that a book? Hold on. Let me screenshot that. How about Driving While Black? That's a problem for me a lot of times. Look up Eugene. I think I looked it up before. 'Cause I think African told me about that, and we had a discussion about that, which we're probably gonna have to discuss again in the future when we actually sit down on a time to discuss these things. But they need to be discussed. We can't keep glossing over issues because you're wondering why things in 2023 are still an issue because people haven't been able to have a free, open discussion. They haven't had their feelings or their viewpoints acknowledged. For the last how many years we have been made to think that we're sensitive and it's in our head. It's only now with cell phone footage and we're showing all the Karens and the Kens and all that's happening and how we're treated that now people realize, oh, all the time we were made to feel that we were sensitive and it was in our heads. The questions that I get asked, other people don't get asked. So when I get ignorant, I got ignorant with a platform, so they took me off their platform. I was doing some investments there, and they took me off. And the reason was I wasn't complying to their questions. You don't need to ask me all these Are you asking anybody else these questions? Probably not. And because you push again, hey Shantirement, Black people are indigenous to the Americas. Oh, another book. Okay. My God, you're like a bibliography of I used to read a lot. I'm gonna start reading again because I kind of stopped reading. So you're probably not gonna see me on so much lives in the next few weeks because I'm gonna be reading. Because I need to get this information and need to pass it on to other people because a lot of you guys know a lot of stuff, but as a collective group, I don't think we are aware of I know I'm not of our history. And the next generation, I don't think we even talk about this stuff. I don't hear them talking about it. Oh, you were in punishment. I'm telling you, I used to read all kind of books. And when I finally started reading books to figure out like all the black inventors, which was very helpful. And I knew about the almanac, which was a black inventor, peanut butter. I learned about the stoplight. I learned about refrigeration and CJ Walker. I learned about something else. Everyday items that we use. And you started learning about I did not learn any of that in school. I did not learn kindergarten to end of high school to university. I did not learn any of those things. The only things that I can learn that I learned from about Black history is when I took African studies in university. I took Black history course in high school. But that's it. Benjamin Banneker. I know him. And I learned about yeah, Booker T. Washington, and there's another Booker T. something that I found out last week, and then there's another, and and I'm sitting there thinking, okay, some of these are American history, some of it's Canadian, because a lot of slaves went north and came to Canada, and they've been here. I have two black friends, and their family is over 5 generations Canadian, maybe 10, and I think their roots stem from Boston, Massachusetts, and they always have to hear comments like, "Where are you from? Canada." No, where are you from? Canada. Okay, where your grandparents from? Canada. Okay, where your great grandparents from? Canada. And they going back, and it's like because we all have just because because you can't be Canadian, you have to be an immigrant, you have to be from an island. That was, and people have literally non-black, white, I'll say white people have argued with us when somebody said, okay, you're Jamaican. And the person says, no, I'm not Jamaican. Yes, you are. You're Jamaican. And it's like, who the bleepity bleep are you talking to? Like, I don't know where I'm from. I'm not Jamaican. Yes, you're Jamaican. And I was like, not every black person with dreads is from Jamaica, man. And then she's kind of like taken aback, like, yo, like stereotypes, like assumptions. It was irritating. And then he's like, I'm Canadian. Okay, where you, and I'm Canadian. I came from here from the original people that came to Canada from through the states. I see you. Hold on, I'm bringing you up. There you. Hey, African.
What's going on, sister? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm loving this conversation.
I'm just babbling. I don't think I'm really saying
No,
anything.
you're not.
Clearly,
No,
I'm
you're
just
not.
going all around in circles.
Hey, you always on it, but uh, first, man, Carbon Q is dropping. She just that's insane. She going hard in the chat,
I'm
dropping
gonna have
some
to
great
type
books.
all those out and put them in the, because those are some books. Like whoa,
Yeah,
a
yeah.
lot of books.
But you done touched on a couple of points, sis, that I want to use your relationship and my relationship. I mean, yes, it's only over the internet. Yes, we've had contact with each other for what, either a year or over a year now. But you one of my favorite people. You Caribbean. I'm from Texas. You said something a while ago that just I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it 100, sis. I guess relationships like ours kind of give me hope, but at the same time, I'm pessimistic towards certain parts of the future because of what you just said. Like the generation coming up behind us, we literally have people in our generation, the generation preceding us, and the one coming that's like, racism's kind of over. Everybody, which I get, it's like so complicated because I find the validity in saying I'm not gonna be a victim. Uh, Even in the chat, I saw some people saying something I agree with. Like we weren't slaves. Slavery is what happened to us. It was a state,
Correct.
a condition. I agree with that, but at the same time, so many people don't care and don't know about why they can just walk into a grocery store when it hadn't always been that way. Why they can walk into any department store when it hadn't always been that way. Why they have the right to apply for any job, whether they get it or not. But there was a period in American history and in many parts of global history where that wasn't even an option. And now a lot of people, I think, and I would say the better part of society has progressed to a delusional state of the presumption that things are better than they actually are. And now we
Yep,
sitting
I
without,
agree with you 100. Exactly. It's delusion. They're yeah.
and we sitting with
They
all these different camps of thought and ideology, and like this big percentage feel like, oh, I can achieve it, which you can, but you're
mhm.
met with confrontation that needs to be acknowledged and brought to the forefront. And like, I don't know, sis, but the last thing before I shut up, you Caribbean, I'm from Texas. When you said what you said a while ago, that hurt my heart because I've heard people, I check people in my presence, but I can't be the world police running around checking everybody. But when I hear Black Americans say that all my Caribbean people that I love ain't really Black, I tend to say something about it. I do. And the same thing with
I don't
Africans.
even know what that means. Like the reason why I'm laughing because I literally don't even know what that means
Right,
because it makes no
right,
sense. So what do you mean black? You mean I'm not American? Because I agree, I'm not American. But what do you mean I'm not
right,
black?
right,
Because
right.
I'm black. We are
Yeah.
the only ones with 4C, this type of hair. So far as I
Mm-hmm.
know, I'm black. I'm not
I
American. I'm
know.
not. I'm not
Yep.
part of that history. But we black.
You
I'm not gonna go
100% black.
to Trinidad and say you're not black. They're black too. They're just not Jamaican. So not sure if it's the
Exactly.
language, if it's the vocabulary, or you literally think I'm not black because I didn't go through
It's
American
the
slavery. Like I don't know what you're talking about.
it's the ignorance, sis. That's what it is. It's the ignorance more than anything. It's astounding. It's loud. It screams at you. It yells at you. It begs for attention. And all it is ignorance. And I see it coming from every community. So like somebody said something to you, like you ain't black because you not Black American. Hell, I'm glad you didn't grow up either in the country, rural parts of East Texas or in South Dallas your whole life. That don't mean you ain't black just because the comparison and the assumption
Mm-hmm.
that to be a real, when you can't see my hands, I'm doing the little quotation marks, to be a real Black American, you got to come up like how I came up. Man, don't nobody want to live like that on purpose. For real. Not in that environment. But that's the comparison. That's the default. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Hell, it's folks from where I'm from who don't think that people who live out in Plano and grew up in $500,000 subdivisions, they ain't black enough. It's just I can't make sense of it. And I think about people like Fifi's Journey, Planter Garden, my people from Trinidad, folk from Grenada. I don't know how it's gonna look for us, sis, going forward.
Because I said a comment to somebody because you brought up like you brought up those people because I've been rolling with them since I met them, like or they met me,
Mm-hmm.
however it happened. And I made a comment to
Lovely.
somebody privately. And I said, I don't know, is it just me? Because I said I'm finding Planter Garden is not getting the support that he should be getting. And is it because he's
Mm-hmm.
Caribbean and doesn't speak with an American twang? And someone said,
Right.
they kind of agreed, let's just watch and let's just see. I lay back and
Yeah.
I watch and I watch. And I said, because he's been on this platform well before us, and his numbers should be more than what they are.
Mm-hmm.
If and we all know him, we all watch his stuff, but the support isn't there. The gardening
Right.
community is a big community, but I'm watching and so now I'm seeing, okay, he's blowing up because we're talking on his live in other countries because now they're seeing his old content and now it's growing. Now he has this
Mm-hmm.
herb garden challenge. We all noticed that we've been in the lives, we're in the challenge. Now he says the prize. All these people come up with
Yeah.
the woodwork I haven't seen in any of his lives because now there's
Wow.
money on the line.
Wow.
So I'm just like,
Wow. Yeah. Yeah.
anyways, I won't go too deep
No.
with that, but I'm just saying, I'm not, I can't play like I can't see. I'm not dumb. I'm not deaf. I'm not blind. You're not supporting the man, and it's like you don't value what he has to say. But now all of a sudden he's putting money on the line. Now you're all up in the man's life, and you're all up in the challenge. And I'll tell him to his face as well that I think people are being fraud because we've been there supporting. And I said to the person, and they agreed, like people aren't supporting because of that same comment that was made that we ain't black and we're from the Caribbean. So he's not getting the support that he should be getting. I'm not talking to you personally. I know like you support, Nikki supports, and there's people I see in his lives right here, right now in my life. But in as a community, he's not getting the support. And I wonder if that's the reason why.
I know exactly
That
what you're
there's
saying.
kind of like a disparity between oh, you're not American and you're from over there and your accent and your whatever. And I'm like, okay, let me watch and see because the truth will be told soon enough. But I think that's what's going on.
I think you're not wrong.
And I didn't know that was an
Because
issue till I came on this platform and someone told me that. And I was like, what are you talking about? But I want to go back up for 1 second because Hutch said something. He asked something. Hold on. Give me a second to put it on the screen. I'm not sure if you're watching the chat. Okay.
yeah, I'm
He
here
said
with you.
if your race is what you use as an identifier, does that not limit the value of who you really are to the world? Doesn't that limit your limits?
Oh, that's a great
Okay.
question. If I understand it
Yeah,
correctly,
that's a good question.
I,
So the first part, we'll talk about the first part. So if your race is what you use as an identifier, does that not limit the value of who you really are to the world? Well, it depends what you consider an identifier
mm-hmm.
versus what you consider a characteristic, I would say, or a
Yeah,
characteristic. So I don't know what you think,
yeah,
African. Do I identify as black? Yes. Is that my first identifier? Is that the top of my tier? No, it's never been at the top. I just so happen to be black, is what I always
yeah.
would say from even a child. I would never say, "Hi, I'm black," and my name
Of
is.
course.
And
Right. I,
like it's part of my identity.
right.
So it's
Right.
part of my identity. Yes, that I make no qualms about it. But that's not my main identifier. No, My
Right.
name is my identifier. I am so and so. I happen to be a
Mm-hmm.
woman and I'm black. But that's not the top of my mind. That's not for me, it's not on the top of my mind. Is it the top of the mind for other people? Yes. Because of the culture, how they're raised, of how the media and the police and all these different factors. Yes, it is a factor for many people. So I'm not saying it's not. It is an identifier for many people. But for me, no, because I'm trying to move away from that system. They want to always say, black male, black. The always when you're identified by outsiders, the first thing they use is black. And I've addressed many
And
people
yes.
all my life saying, why can't you say that gentleman over there in the red shirt and the
Mm-hmm.
cowboy's hat? Why do you have to say the black dude? And I've always
Right.
said that, and it's always been a annoyance for me because I
You
don't
talking
think the
about me,
black should,
Urban?
well,
What's up, Tori?
I don't think the black should be, but it's not us that's identifying ourselves as black. I think it's society. So there's a
That's
distinct difference with that.
yes.
I don't know what
Exactly.
you
That's what
guys
I
think about
was
that
gonna
first
say.
part.
Well, that first
It's
part.
what
What first? Hey, what's up, brother Tori? That that first part. That Hutch asked, and it's a great question, and you ended on where I wanted to pick up anyway. I don't think that's a designation that we really placed upon ourselves, especially in the Americas. Up until about 1531, from the history that I know, and again, getting back to that whole East African slave trade, uh, before the Portuguese, there were the Arabs. There's a massive slave trade over on the east coast of Africa and all throughout Central Africa, from east all the way to the Congo. People did they identified by their country or by their tribe or by their
mhm.
locale, or it was more of a custom type thing. Race wasn't didn't exist in the way that we understand and see and experience race here in 2023. So uh I think to break it down to the best way that I can try to explain it, I mean, we born into a world that already exists, and we find strength. It's almost like the N word, which I'm not saying. Look, take it with a grain of salt. Some people agree with it, some people disagree with it. But once something is placed upon you, however you use that as a form of either rebellion or strength, um, eh, people got their own ways of doing stuff, but I don't think we put that on ourselves. I think because we were forced to, we use that as an identifier because society says so. So
Yeah. Anything from you, Tori?
Yeah. And thank you for having me up here, Urban. And how you doing, African Dreaming? How y'all doing today? You know,
good, brother.
this subject right here, boy, it really caught my eye. That's why I'm up here because. And sorry about the icon using the icon. I look a
It's
mess,
okay.
so I
It's
don't
early
know.
in the morning. You probably don't have your cowboy hat on, so I understand.
Yeah, I don't have my cowboy on hat on like that, like a Jerry Carroll. So, you know, got Jerry Carroll juice just dropping down my
Dripping,
face.
dripping.
Yeah. So, but the thing is that I've been, when you had said something about how how the black people have said something about you're not black enough, right? That's what you were saying, Urban.
Hmm.
That it was
Well, it's 'cause
said
I'm not
that,
black at all, but yeah.
yeah, saying that you're not black at all. Which all this stuff is really crazy because when you think about it, just like I've been told, you know, by me being light skinned or whatever, that I'm not uh black enough. You know, I know we was joking not too long ago, but someone was joking about that and everything, and I know they didn't mean it, in that type of way, but I have been told in the past that, but my but you know what, other people don't think that because I have been through police brutality before, Yes, I
Mm-hmm.
have. I
Mm-hmm.
I I pretty much when I was in St. Louis, I c- I spent what I had a house in Ferguson, uh for 15 years. And the police out there, they were something else. And I went through quite a bit of stuff, and some of the brothers that I know in that vicinity. So yeah, so all that stuff, light skin and uh Caribbean and all this stuff like that, you're not black enough, you know, it shows the ignorance of where all this stuff comes from. Because if you look at your history of where all this originated, for as even being called black, if you do some
Mm-hmm.
history, even being
Mm-hmm.
called black, uh, it does have a English American history, but it's not good.
Come on now.
It's not a good thing.
Come on, brother.
Right.
Come
It's
Right.
on.
it's, 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 it's nothing good to brag about. Because and then the whole thing of the race and the scientists, the so-called scientists, they weren't even scientists that even put different so-called races in categories. And they named the black race black for a reason, not only just because of skin color.
Mm-hmm.
There were some other things that went along with that too. So this whole thing of you're not black enough, you gotta watch what you're saying. You see what I'm saying? So that's
Yeah.
that's that's my thing on it. Because in so many instances, I know what we're saying, but
Mm-hmm.
nobody's actually black. Well,
Right.
I have seen some people that's
Well, there's some
black.
people
But
who are like literally black or blue black. They're
right.
very, very,
But
very pigmented. And I
but
know that the people want to always argue, well, we're not black. We're not. Every conversation is like we're not black.
right. But
I'm not going to redefine terms at this point. We know it as black. I know what you're
right,
saying.
we know
We
it
know
as
the term
black.
as black, and that's what I'm referring to. I'm not going to now start to
Yeah.
redefine and find new vocabulary. I'm not saying the word is
Exactly.
right or correct or proper, but that's the word that we know that identifies our racial group, irregardless of nationality or culture.
Right.
You're
Right.
Yeah.
American, African's American, I'm Jamaican, British, Canadian, but we are commonly of the black race. And
Right.
that's what people seem to be. Oh, it's not. Listen, I'm not going to keep going back over the same old arguments. We already know some of y'all don't want to be called black, but you know what I mean.
Right.
I'm not going to
Exactly.
find until we find a new word, then I really can't help you.
Right.
So,
Well, I got a new word.
yeah.
Um I got a new word. I'm I'm uh I'm black.
With a small
But
b,
Hey,
or like it does make it
hey,
different. Black, black, black.
based off of what Tori said, can I use this as an example, like a moment, like because I understand exactly what my brother's saying, and I understand
Hmm.
because I've heard people argue that before. But I agree with Irvin in the sense that I think at this late phase in history, to I'm not saying it is not a goal or couldn't be a goal, but to redefine something that's so it's settled more than case
Entrenched. It's like
law. Even
entrenched. Yeah.
it's entrenched. It's like okay, so you got bananas. You got banana. I know I use something since Urban up here. If I'm not mistaken, over here, Urban, what y'all call pears in Jamaica that we don't call pears and avocado, right?
Avocados we call pear. Yeah.
Y'all call avocado pear. So for most of the world, everybody kind of got their own unique little name, but everybody agrees upon what a pear or an avocado is. So what if
right.
next Wednesday the world global whoever in charge got together and said, you know what? Stop. from now on, starting Thursday, tomorrow, we calling them joints bananas. And everybody gonna keep on calling them what they, because literally it is locked into your damn near your DNA. You just not
Right.
finna
That's
switch like that.
that's exactly. I'm not look. I'm not arguing with Tori. I'm just saying I know already. People
Oh,
they're
I
in the
didn't think,
chat
I didn't
and
think,
they're
Yeah.
saying whatever.
yeah,
And this is the point. I'm
right,
trying to have a conversation about something. And the terminology, we keep arguing about the terminology and not talking about the point. It's 2023. We've known it as black. I don't know, it was Jesse Jackson or whoever brought in there or whatever, brought in the term black and African American. And then listen, it's already in. That's what we know it as. That's what we're talking about. I'm
right.
not going to
And
argue about the
Mm-hmm.
terminology. Let's get to the
yeah,
point.
yeah, and I totally understand that. I didn't think it was like the argument
No,
because
no. Some people
No,
I'm.
say, "Oh, you're arguing with Tori." I'm not arguing with Tori. I'm just saying a point. Yeah.
Oh, who said that? Let me. Where
Let me tell
you
you
got a
something.
purifier?
People then be emailing and saying all kind of foolery. So I'm gonna just delete people.
You got a purifier because I got something for him.
Oh, I got some
Shoot.
fire. Yeah, I need to put your fire torch over here, man. Burn up some people.
Yeah, I need that purifier. But
They get
yeah,
lost through the weeds. Like enough with the weeds. Let's talk about the actual issue. I
right.
can't be arguing over terminology at this stage of the game, as African said, at this late stage in the game. We already know the
Right.
history of the terminologies, and you don't agree, and you're indigenous, and you've been here from before. We know, I know that. So let's assume
Right.
that all of us are intelligent people. That's what I would prefer. Some people want to always refer
Exactly.
to us as like we don't know. I don't know everything, but I know a lot. I know something.
Exactly.
And we're all here right now, intelligent people. Let's focus
Mm-hmm.
on the issue and not the terminology. And then, oh, we're
Right.
all human. Listen, I already know that. We don't know that already. Come
Yeah.
on. Like,
Yeah.
Right.
let's stop, minimizing it and brushing off and almost like dismissing the actual issues. It's very dismissive. There are
Right.
issues, racial issues, and you can't keep putting your head in the sand. It hasn't
Yeah.
changed anything. So to answer
Er,
Hutch's question,
uh-huh.
sorry, the identifier, I believe the identifier was imposed upon us and not we ourselves necessarily identifying with our racial group, regardless of the name that we use as the first and paramount thing. I don't believe that was natural. I think it was taught to us. I think it was imposed upon us. Go ahead, African.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, I agree again. I agree with that, and I see. I'm back here again. I can see the chat a little bit. What's up, everybody? And I see my girl
Mm-hmm.
Fifi off in here. Me and April love Fifi. We love a lot of people, but this breakdown between Africans and Caribbeans and Black Americans or Indigenous
And
Americans,
light skinned people too.
and
Come on
and,
now,
and that
talk to me.
that's what I'm finna get to, Tori, because I wanted to ask Urban how intense that issue is in Jamaica, because I value her opinion for one. I would love to get her insight, but when Tori talking about the colorism, um, growing up in East Texas, man, that was a big deal. And I mean, of course, some of it was the time frame, the early '80s. Light skinned people were more in and dark skinned. It was a whole lot of jokes about that. But
Yep.
the seriousness of it and the hurt of it is, um, I grew up, some of my elders in my family around the church. Uh, I won't use the word itself, but one of the biggest insults somebody could throw at you was you black N word. And it wasn't the N word that was the stinger. The stinger coming out the abdomen was actually the fact of your hue. The darker you
The
were, the
darkness.
more of
Yeah.
an insult it was to call you a black N word. And these is by elders and young folk and everybody in between. It was almost like a form of denigration, like you had to wear a certain level of shame because of the 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 intensity of your hue. So I mean, I know
Mm-hmm.
Tori, cool dude. He kind of, he introduced it real player like and kind of joking with it. Well, man, I done seen some colorism in my life that, as a grown man, I sit here and I would finna lie. I would finna lie and say I don't understand it. I know how that goes back to early America and slavery
Mm-hmm.
and house Negroes versus field Negroes, and here
Right.
we sit hundreds centuries later, and it's still ingrained in the culture, in the very fabric of what America is. But back to my question, sis, y'all got to deal with that in Jamaica too.
For sure. When I don't speak, and they just basically all they can do is see me,
Mm-hmm.
it's colorism, but it's also basically being Jamaican versus being a foreigner. So when I
Mm.
go somewhere and I don't speak, they treat me like a Jamaican. So which would be someone who's going to steal from the store, somebody who's trying to get in somewhere free, and all the negative connotations that they associate with being a local. If I speak, then I get treated like a foreigner. If I go
That's
into certain,
crazy.
if you go into certain, we most of us who are Caribbean, and you guys in the chat can vouch, when you travel and go on, like when you said Jamaican Airlines, or Bahamian Airlines or Caribbean Airlines, whatever the airline is, you
Uh-huh.
always see a particular looking flight attendant.
Oh yeah.
You always see a
Yeah.
light skin or clear skin
Yeah.
um flight
Yes.
attendant with straight nose, you know um quote unquote good hair, and there's
Mm-hmm.
a certain look that was always for like the bank tellers, the flight attendants, all the frontline employees had a particular look to them. And it was never
Yeah.
somebody who was, you know they would have dark skinned people, but even still sometimes they had what we call a cool complexion, and they had that wavy
Mm-hmm.
hair, and that's what it was. That's you know that's the lighter
That's
skinned people got certain jobs just because of the quote unquote the beauty factor, because they were considered beautiful compared to a darker skin, or handsome compared to a
right.
darker skinned person back in the day.
Yeah.
Now not so much. I do see a lot of, but 90s for sure, that's what I was seeing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And you
But
know
there's
something I'm
colorism.
thinking about. That's crazy, sis. But and then on the flip side, because when you said the flight attendant, said like a light bulb just went off. And I go back to Tori because I'm glad you're teaching us this because I mean you from there, so you could tell us how it goes down for real. I could watch TV all day. I could be on social media all day, but to hear straight from your mouth, it's like okay, bet. But on the flip side of that, a whole bunch of like real high yellow cats, they caught it rough in certain parts, especially around where we grew. It was like this whole. Do this happen in Jamaica too, Tori? You can respond to this if you've ever seen or heard about this. Like I done literally heard out with my own ear folk who look like me tell folks who Tory complexion the lighter. You think you better than us?
Hmm.
You think you better than me?
Right.
You know
You
what I'm saying?
know,
Who? Go ahead, bro.
yeah, and I know exactly what you're talking about, and and that was the premises of what I was saying. In the very beginning, is that
Mm-hmm.
a lot of this is stupidity, is ignorance. When it
Hmm.
comes down to the colorism, the not being black enough or not being black, and all that, and um, even looking at the history of where that came from, but also facing the reality. And that's what I was alluding to what all of us can agree on too. Um, the looking at the history of where it came from, but also looking at the reality. This is what we are stuck with. It's too late in the
Hmm.
game to to get off
That
into the whole
yeah, that
technicality
yeah, that
of
part, bro.
changing this and that and the other. So in no way, um, I was um, just stopping right there at the
Hmm.
history, but moving towards the where we are at now. It's too late in the game to change, and it's stupidity and ignorance to just um, brush it off as you know this person is like, or this person is this and that and the other. They're not black enough. But guess what? the reality of it, we're all in the same boat. We are black.
Facts.
And
Facts.
that's how, and I'm
And in
gonna tell
some
you
cases, you a
something.
nigga. You a
And
nigga. Because when they don't like you, you a nigga.
well, I was going, that's what I'm saying in my mind, but I don't
Yeah.
want no
No,
demonetration or
I don't say
anything
the word,
like
but
that.
I'll allude to the word. But that's basically
That's
when it comes down to
exactly
it, they'll smile and like, oh yeah, yeah, and then you're so, yeah, push
because I'm
forward
gonna
to them.
tell you, I didn't get none of that. I didn't get none of that that privileged type of treatment, because I was light skinned. I'm just this is just my experience.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't get none of that. I had the you know uh the light skin stuff, but I didn't get none of that. I got, especially coming up in St. Louis, I got it on both ends because no matter how light you know, I am, the white people still looked at me as black. Now, my own
Yes, sir.
people, my
Yes,
own
sir.
people, they had, issues. Some of them had
Yeah,
issues with me. So I had it bad on both ends. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? The
I
white
know
people
you
looked
did
at me,
because
the, the white people
you a
looked at me
nigga, and over there you're uppity,
as
and you're uppity to
that's
yeah.
right. So
Right.
it is what it is. And it's sad. That's why I'm saying if you look at where it came from and then you look at what we are stuck with. This is what we stuck with because no matter how light you are and no matter how you saying I'm not black enough, guess what? I'm still looked at as black and still being treated the same way you are being treated. Come on now, talk to me, tell me
Correct,
something.
correct. And
Yeah,
Amen.
instead of us
Amen.
talking about the issues, we're arguing about the terminology. Really? Like, like that's why I get irritated when people are like, listen, when you come over here to this channel, let's assume that we're all intelligent people and we're not in kindergarten. We know the basics. So don't come with the same basic every time I'm in the same arguments are being brought up. We know that. We know you don't like this. Let's talk about the actual issues and the psychological damage that has been caused to a group of people, black people, as a result of slavery. And I think African, we talked about the PTSD or whatever it was called. I call it PTSD, but it's a problem. It's not, you can't just brush it under the carpet. There is some psychological damage that is unexplainable because if kids are coming out already, I saw a video of a little girl saying she's ugly because she's black. She doesn't have, where is this coming from? It's coming from somewhere. It's been so indoctrinated into our people that it's taking generations to get rid of it. No one's talking about that. We're talking about no, I'm not black. No, I'm indigenous. No, I'm this. No, no. We talk about the problems. And every time that
exactly.
we get ahead and we unite and move forward, something pushes us back, or some kind of act of vandalism or something to kind of bring us back to fighting with each other again. We had cities, we've had Black Wall Street, we've had all of these things that were going well, but they want us to believe that we can't do it. We were doing it, but we're never left alone to succeed. We're always under some kind of attack, and you can't go through life always, you know, um, your PTSD and you're always, on high alert. That's not normal. And many of us have been doing this for like 50, 60, 70 years. Always on high alert, always fighting against somebody. Oh, the police are coming. How many people who are not black get nervous when the police drive by them? Unless you've been through it, you
I
don't
get,
understand the stressors. When you see a
I
cop
still get nervous
anywhere
when driving past
near,
an 18, and I'm in an 18
Exactly.
your
wheeler.
hands are visible just out of
Exactly.
reflex. Your hands are on 10 and
Yep.
2 just out of reflex. And you feel
Yep.
anxiety. And then you tell people that, oh, you don't know what, you don't even know the struggle. You don't get it. And it's not, it's been entrenched in, we've been taught this behavior. If you compare a black parent and a white parent, that black parent is telling their black children how to move. And it's different than how white parents teach their kids to move. Point blank, period. And when they become friends and you have white friends, you start to see the differences. Your hands are visible when you see, yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. They're smelt marking the cop. You're there answering the polite questions because you know it's gonna go left for you and not left for them. You know it. And we're arguing about terminology. No, let's talk about the issues. I'm you black, I'm black, Darren's black. We all get pulled over by different cops. Same experience. Go figure.
No,
Go figure.
we're black. We're black to the white cops. But the reason I came up
Correct.
in, I agree with Tori. I was literally in the back of the, because I stopped for the day. I was in the back of the truck in tears listening because being, we certain parts of the country we call high yellows, certain parts of the country I'm called a red bone. I didn't ask to be this color. I'm proud to be black. I'm
Exactly.
African American. I'm everything, but I'm no better than anybody else. But I've been called a wannabe. I've been called you think you better than me and better than because I got a little bit better hair. But guess what? That was years ago. I got a receding hairline right now. I
Exactly.
I wear bandanas because of my
Me
bald
too.
head. And then, oh, you think you're better because your eyes are, hazel. I can't see nothing without these stinking glasses. I'm not better than nobody. I just want to be a
Mm-hmm.
part. I just want, and you don't realize the hurt I got from other black people more than anybody else, and that hurt. I mean, it just
Yeah.
it was like I was going through like a reflex action, and normally normally I'd be in the background, but that it hurts. It still hurts to this day, you know. Um, and I'm attracted to darker skin. I don't even point me to a light skinned woman because I like my chocolate. But and that's all. It's all ingrained up here
It is.
and you don't realize what you do to somebody when they're young. Oh, you think you're better than me? No, I just want to be your friend. I just want to be your friend. Oh, you want to be like them because you listen to rock and roll. But guess what? We created rock and roll.
Yeah, that's exactly.
You see what
Exactly.
I'm saying? We
Right.
created most
Yeah.
of these genres of music that people listen to. Just
Correct.
because I don't listen to
Correct.
rap, you know what I mean? I mean,
Exactly.
and
Exactly.
just because I'm a geek, I like this, I like anime or whatever. You want to be like one of them? No, I just like what I like. And you see,
We
and we've
associate,
been,
yeah, we associate certain things with race. Like I
y-
found that ludicrous, but that's how it was. If you didn't, if you
yep,
liked, rap music, if you liked alternative, if you liked, I like classical, and I play the piano.
I
Oh, so
love
you're white.
classical.
How you whitewash? I can't like that. I would laugh. I'm like that makes no sense. I'm black
Exactly.
whether I do A or B or C. I'm
Exactly.
still gonna be black. My
I
interests are not tied to my racial group. That's a
exactly.
stereotype. So they're lumping in racism, stereoism, bigotry, and all the different, and they're confusing the different things. That's a stereotype. Nothing to do with being black. Black
Right.
is
But
just a
but
matter of fact. I am black.
the
But
other,
all of our experiences have been very toxic because we are all fighting against each other. You know how much
Mhm,
people have insulted people's hair? Let's not even go there. Oh my God.
yeah,
We argue about our texture of our hair as black people, the complexion of our skin. You have light eyes, so that probably got you into a lot of because they think, oh, you're a pretty boy, and all the girls want the light skin, hazel eyed dude. Then oh, you have coarse hair. Oh my God, like it was ridiculous from your own
that,
people.
exactly.
That's why I
I just
relaxed
want
my
to say
hair. I didn't perm my hair because of white people. I permed because of black people. Because if
exactly.
you had natural hair, oh my God.
I wanted to tell one more story and then I'm gonna get off. But my
Mm-hmm.
father, he passed. You know how you hear these stories about my father passed as a white man. You didn't realize he was black. And in the military, and he was in Germany, um, he would have to get out the car and go feed my older brother and sisters and get their food. And then he'd go into the white only, restaurant, get their food and come back out. And they would leave and they would eat together. So this stuff is real. He would tell me these stories. I've heard many stories. I posted one in your in the chat.
I
He's
saw it there. I didn't get to it,
yeah.
but you talked about you could talk about now. Like I guess you had to go to turn off your lights at a certain time?
At a certain time, because the whites would get drunk and go racing through the town, and if they seen your lights on, they would come kick your door down and drag you out, and literally drag you out, and you might get hung or lynched. He would tell, and he actually moved back to the same area that he grew up and watched all this. He bought a set of land. My father's gone now, but he would tell me these stories when he got, and I'm like, Dad, why you want to come back here? But he said, this is where I was born. You know what I mean? And
the whole fact that people have to pass as white, that was a whole thing. People having to pass as white to ensure that they could stay alive, and because you couldn't really be black.
Exactly.
So if you could pass, you would pass to kind of, be able to financially support your family back wherever and pretend that you don't know them. That's not an easy life either. Like this whole, like you talk about all these layers, it's just more device. The more you take a deeper look, it's so divisive. You have to be somebody else to have a better life. You have to disown your family because you couldn't be black because you're not dark enough either. But and you had to like people I know in the history books passed as white, never acknowledged their why. Hey, Lashes, why?
Exactly.
Hey, Lashes.
Because that life was easier.
Hey, are you? Hello, everyone.
Okay.
Hey, Lashes.
But I'm gonna get off. Thanks.
Oh, no problem. Thanks for
You
popping
can't
up.
stop.
We have a story for this week. Whenever you're ready.
Go ahead. You go ahead right now.
Okay.
Can you hear me, Lashes?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Yeah, you can tell your story now. You can go right ahead.
Okay, so two incidents this week. I'm sorry. So this week I went to pick up my son at school because he's probably the only black kid at the school. No, two black kids, him and another kid. So every day I go to the school. I see people get out the car in the car line, get their kids put in the seatbelt. I get out for the first time last week, and the lady, she told me, "You're not supposed to get out of the car. You're supposed to stay in, and we'll get him in." Okay. I said, I see people get out every day and put their kids in the seat. Say, yeah, but they're not supposed to. Did you say something to them? No. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that was one last week. So this week I went to get Aiden from school again, a different lady. And I drive my husband's car, but there wasn't a car seat in the car. So she put him in. I drive off and I hear she call on the radio, but the cops out by the front. And she said, "Oh, this black car, Aiden mom's, she don't have a car seat in the car." So the officer tell her Aiden is over 60 pounds. So he's good. You don't have to have a car seat. Fine. Yesterday, I went in Publix. You know Publix, right?
Yeah, the grocery store.
Yeah. But in the section, they have like free oranges and banana for kids. They have a little loose section where they have like free banana and oranges for kids. So, so I pick up a banana and an orange. They were in the car. So it was just me. So there was a cashier. The cashier was black, but the lady that was training her, I guess, is white. So she said, I said to her, "Yeah, this is for kids. This is in the free section." So she's like, "Oh, yeah." So when she get to that, she said, "Oh, yeah, they're supposed to be for kids, but she's not a kid, but it's okay." I said, "What do you mean by they're free? My kid's in the car. What are you talking about?" Okay. So yeah, you face it every day with ear every day, but you just have to just nod and smile and keep it moving.
Right.
And people think it's in your head, and it's like you're trying to
It's not
explain
in
to
your head.
people the same rules are not applied to the same way to every kind of person. And it's not the same, I'm telling you. Because they can do 50 million things, you do one half a thing, and all of a sudden you're nailed to the cross. I've experienced, I'm telling you. Then when I start talking and getting, "Oh, you're angry, you're belligerent." You want to see belligerent? Let me get belligerent now since I'm belligerent. Let me just go all the way.
Exactly.
And then you get so irritated and angry, and then black people are angry because we're tired of the BS. That's why I'm angry. I'm tired of the BS. Can I not go to the store in peace and not have to encounter Karen and Ken every damn day? Every damn day. I went to a play, a very expensive, high-end play, pay me good money with my family if we go to the play, my sister and my friend them. And the woman have to come tap, ask me if that's my hair. Do you tap white people and ask them if that's their hair?
Wow.
Do you
Exactly.
hear the words that are coming out of your damn mouth? Excuse my French. Do you tap
Right.
white people and say, "Is that your hair?" Do black people say, "Is that your?" Do we tap you and ask you them kind of questions? And I
Right.
turned around and I said, "God help me if I clap her today. I'm gonna come on. Police gonna come
There
for
she
me.
go.
I want to
There
just
she go.
clap
She
her in
go.
her face. Come. The same. That's just BS. And only we have to deal with that BS every day, all day.
Exactly.
We go to work and we smile and we nod and we hold it in. And then we go in the car and drive home and we smile and nod and we hold it in. And we really want to explode. And when we
But
finally
you're
explode,
not black enough, or you're not
and when we
black.
finally
I
explode,
was just
it's
gonna
never
say
cute.
she ain't black.
We talk about their mother, their father,
Yep.
their sister, their brother, their ugly face, their body part. We just start cussing them all top to bottom. So we're tired of the BS.
Right.
Yeah.
The police pull
Hey,
me over and ask me these dumb questions. Dumb questions. And then you say, "Do you really have to ask me these dumb questions? Are you being, obstinate or whatever the words are?" I'm like, "You're asking me some dumb questions." When I go to the border to go to the US, more dumb questions. Dumb. Are you asking those people the dumb questions? No, you don't. Because when I'm in the car with them and they're driving, you don't ask them nothing. I'm telling you. And it's all these little, they call them microaggressions.
Exactly.
Microaggressions. Not like you're saying, "You know what, you're an enter and I don't want you in this restaurant." It's not that blatant. It's not that obvious. It's little, everyday, naggly things all the time. And you get tired of it. Oh, you're walking your dog and you don't have a leash. And it's a no leash park. But they got a problem with you because you don't have a leash. Because they really want you as a person to be wearing a leash. They want to control every aspect of your life.
Exactly.
Every aspect of your life. And then we're sitting here arguing about terminologies. Like, really?
I
Oh,
had
Right.
Urban's
to
got an
realize.
attitude. No, I don't have an attitude. Stop asking me dumb
No.
questions. And black people, stop making ridiculous comments and talk about the conversation. Stop talking
Exactly.
about the tree and the weed and the same every time, the same conversation. We can never go forward because I have to keep going back and reiterating the same things.
Right.
Like, it's been a year
Yeah.
of this on the platform. 1 year.
Yeah. I hear you because
Let's talk
I
about
was
let's
yeah.
talk about let's talk about Tyree. Let's talk about Tyree. There's been lots of people who've been killed by police brutality.
Right. Right.
This may not be appropriate. My comment may be totally inappropriate, but I'm going to say it anyways because it came to my mind. That means I'm not the only one. If the cops were not black, would they have been terminated so quickly?
Man, hell no.
Oh no.
What happened was not right. I'm not talking about that. It was not right, irregardless. So let's not focus on the wrong points. But if those cops were not black, would they have been fired so quickly? You tell me the truth. Tell me the damn truth. Because people get paid leave all the damn time. Oh, suspended with pay all the damn time. Well, they have to investigate.
And it's a whole
That's what we're
history of
talking
that.
about.
Yeah. Yeah, that's been going on. That's been going on for a while. Cause like when I was in Ferguson, it was the same exact thing. And all parts of Missouri, where they even had a coalition of black cops were talking about the racism that even existed in the on the force. So a lot of this stuff is just sad. And one thing about I can give you a very sad story that quite a few people can you know have been through, but just didn't know it. For us when it comes down to family lineage, uh, my great, and I think probably another great grandmother was a slave, and um, she had her first baby by my great 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 grandfather, who was a slave master, who was white, and they wasn't in love. It wasn't no love story. Uh, she was actually, and he had a wife. His wife was named Priscilla, and they had 12 kids together. But with my grandmother, of course, he had the one kid, and um, that that is something that she didn't ask for that. She didn't ask to come over here, whether they say indigenous, we was already here or whatever. I don't, like I said, she didn't ask for none of that. She didn't ask for any of that. And for as this light skin and dark skin stuff, we didn't ask for none of this. Even these last names, and all this other stuff, all this stuff that uh that is like forced on us. We didn't ask this. But guess what? This is what the reality of it, the sad reality, this is what you have to deal with. This is what you have to deal with. And I say that to say this, and a lot of that comes from uh being of a lighter skin, maybe, because I have, and quite a few other people have white
Yeah.
in their family,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
but not by and a lot of it is not by love. It's not
Mm-hmm.
by
Exactly.
marriage. It's not
Right.
by
Mm-hmm.
whatever. It's not by some type of passion connection thing. It's by, someone, was violated. So there we go. And this
So,
stuff as it
take care, Hutch. Thanks for coming in.
as it goes, this stuff as it goes on and keep on going on, you know, um, this is stuff that we have to deal with. This is the hand that we uh you know that has been dealt to us. So it is what it is. But I say that to say this is that, hey, no, there's no way that you can say all day, I'm not this, I'm not that. But guess what? It is what it is.
It is what it is.
You still got to deal with
It,
this or that.
it is.
You can
Yes.
call yourself purple. You can say I'm Prince. You know,
Yeah. Yeah. And
you can call yourself whatever you want to call yourself. But at the end of the day, this is what you don't have to deal with, and this is what community that you are in, whether you like it or don't like it. And
especially in America, bro. Especially in America.
and that's what
Okay, go ahead,
and
bro.
that's what I'm talking about. And I know
Cause
everybody have their own plight, but when it all comes down
Mm-hmm.
to it, is that um Caribbeans, Jamaicans, all that, we black. Because we going through, when they pull you over, they don't see no, they don't see, they see that skin color. You know what I'm saying? And they
Correct. Correct.
automatically, and if you ain't of their pigmentation, it's on. And it's on
well
more than
that
the pot of neck bones.
Neck
It's
bones.
on.
Exactly.
yeah.
That's right.
Bro, that's what I wanted to ask the two non-black people up on the panel. Um is like that's what I wanted to ask them, Tori, because we real ones over here. But for
Right.
the other two non-black people, everything Tori's saying put me in the mind of the power of the one drop rule. It translates more powerfully than people give it credit for, and it also adds a whole lot of confusion because some of my homeboys, man, I done met over the course of my life, they Puerto Ricans, right? They could be cousins, and one of them lighter than Tory, and I mean brothers. My bad. One of them lighter than Tory, and the other one darker than me. But they brothers. And sometimes when people of different ethnicities, culturally, if they come to America, to the U.S., and they say, or they don't identify as black the way we uh have constructed the concept of what blackness is. Sometimes it get all discombobulated. They not saying that they don't want, some of them are, because that happens too. But they saying no, I'm Puerto Rican, I have my own ethnicity, or no, I'm from Grenada,
Mm-hmm.
I have my own ethnicity. But because all so many black Americans know is the power of the one drop rule and its legitimacy, and the lack of understanding about all these other racial groups and ethnicities and cultures and backgrounds. And I mean, one of the outside of the continent of Africa, South America, more specifically Brazil and surrounding locales, has the densest population of black people, of people who look like me. A lot of people don't
Mm-hmm.
know that. I've discovered in recent years, but
Oh yeah,
they black. They black. But if
black.
they come to Chicago for holiday, or they go to Florida for holiday, or they go somewhere else for holiday in the US, and they seen as, and they like, no, I'm not black. I'm not black American. I'm not black. I'm Brazilian, or I'm whatever. Then it's insulting to some people when that ain't even really what they saying. And I'm not trying to make excuses or co-sign for anybody,
Right,
but
right.
it's like the lack of understanding. Because man, it's like, and I say this because it's where I'm from and I love it, but so many of my American brothers and sisters think their view of the world is the the way that everything goes in the US, because it's the shining city on the hill. It's the end all be
Mm.
all to everything. And it's like, no, it's a big
Exactly.
world out here.
Right, right,
People have different ways of seeing stuff, different perspectives, different everything, man. But if it ain't the American way, it's like everything else kind of wrong after that. So, uh,
right,
yeah.
It's
right,
just, we need to talk about, like, I was just focusing on the issues of, like, I was playing Bob Marley a lot the last couple of weeks, and the one song, "Emancipate Yourself from Mental Slavery," and I was reading the
Mm-hmm.
lyrics and going through, and it's like, the song was made how many, umpteen years ago. He's dead and gone, long time. His grandson, like, there's generations have gone on, but that's still the main point. There's a mental slavery. There's a mindset. There's an ideology. There's a way that we view the world that needs to be,
exactly.
you know, liberated. It needs to be free. It needs to be, like you say, fire on it, put some fire on it and purify, because that's the main problem. And it's keeping us
Right,
stuck. It's keeping us stuck. And it's not, and we're arguing about X, Y, and Z. There is a problem as a history of slavery. The problem is that it's caused some irreparable, not irreparable, but seems to be irreparable damage to the mindset of our people. And it's affecting the way we view the world. And Hutch had mentioned some points. We didn't even get to some other parts of the question, but and that's negatively impacting some of the ways that we in fact view ourselves. And some of us have gone to another level now, and we don't think of ourselves in that way, and we've become enlightened and aware. But as a general group, there's a negative way that we view ourselves. And if you watch the
right,
younger people and the way they treat each other and the way they present to the world, that's the problem. And it hasn't been addressed. It has not been addressed. And we can keep going around arguing about, oh, I'm black. No, what's the issues? There's a systemic problem that has been going on. And based on my research, it's not just American. The propaganda was in Germany, was in the UK, was all, even Sweden, Holland,
It's here.
all of these.
It's
There
here.
was a
exactly,
propaganda focused
exactly.
on black people. Having the imagery and the artwork was always negative. We're sexual offenders. Protect your children. We're criminal. This didn't just happen when I was coming up. This has been going on from way back. And when I took a stock, I'm like, hold on a second here. And then we're wondering why it's not so easy to shake off. The brainwashing has been a global effort, global, and it's been deep. It runs deep. And we're arguing about, oh, you're American, oh, you're this. No, it's a global effort. and we have to work together globally to come against it. No other group has gone through what we've gone through globally. And they're one, oh, get over it, just suck it up, just move on. Let me tell you something. The plan is still in action. The plan is still in action. I don't know what you guys think. Tell me what you think. But I've seen too much now in other countries and see the similar propaganda.
Yeah, it's all over, and I think that that's the whole thing about it too, because there's each all these different countries and regions have had some type of inkling of when it comes down to slavery, or it just comes down to some type of separation, discrimination, and everything like that. But the main common denominator is the darkness of skin, brown, black, or whatever you want to call it, the darkness of skin. And I think the the whole thing behind this thing, for as what slavery have done, or what these different things have done, uh, it has made, now, some argue that, but it has made these pigmentations, these light skin pigmentations. A lot of that come from slavery, you know,
Yep.
um, and it has made a lot of this division among our people, for as the black community. A lot of that comes from slavery, so we can, and we can point back and say, oh, it's slavery fault, it's this fault, it's that fault. But let's deal with the problem that's at hand. Let's deal with the problem now that we know the history. Let's deal
Mm-hmm.
with the problem at hand right now. And that was my whole point. In the very beginning, is that we know the history, we know why, but let's deal with the how. Let's deal with the solutions
Correct.
right now.
Correct. Exactly.
And yeah, like I say, it's sad. It's sad that we, as a lot of us are grown. I can see the teenagers, I can see the kids acting like this, but a lot of us are grown and still going on with this division, and it's sad. It's sad. But let's deal with the how. How can,
That's what I want to talk about.
and
Yeah.
and the how is guess what? We all in the same boat, because if you get pulled over, guess what? They looking at that skin. They don't care if it's light. They don't care if it's dark. They don't care what it is. If it's not their pigmentation, it's on.
It's
So what
on.
you gonna do about that? So we need to stick together. We need to get out here and do some things and make it happen, and stop being so against each other. Stop
Correct.
always want to fight each other. Even on these jobs, I see so much division over the past years. I worked, different jobs, and I worked this one particular job for 20 some years, and it was so much division. It's pathetic, but it was mainly among our community. You know, it was mainly among us, and it's sad. So that's all I gotta say. I gotta step down
No
because I got
problem. Thanks for coming
I
up,
gotta eat
Tori.
some breakfast too. But
Hey,
Cook
Tori.
some neck
hey, how
bones,
you
right?
doing, Gina? Glad to see
Hey.
you. All right, Lashes. Glad to see
You
you.
gonna
And
braise
African
some neck
Dreamer.
bones, Tori?
Take care, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat some breakfast neck bone breakfast. I'm gonna have a neck bone breakfast. Yeah. And African Dreamer, man, check out Instagram.
Yo. Okay, bet. I got you, bro. I will. I
Yeah,
will.
check that Instagram. But
All
all
right.
right, Urban, thank you so much for having me up here or
You're
whatever. Sorry
welcome.
I
Thanks
got
for
the
coming up.
icon on, but I got Jerry Carroll juice
No, that's
all
not a
over my
problem.
hair, and I
No
look a
problem.
mess. You know what I'm saying?
No
I don't
problem.
want to come on camera. I don't want to, get
Ruin
your
your image,
channel.
right?
Yeah, and I don't want to get your channel desensitized or whatever they call it. All right then, y'all.
Take
All
care.
right.
Hey,
Bye.
Gina.
Hey,
Hey,
Gina. Hey,
You
Lashes.
it's
can go ahead.
you
I'll give
know
you the
what's
floor. I'll
funny?
be right
Hey,
back.
Jay. Hey, Lashes. It's funny because what I came up to say, Tori literally just said it. I was thinking to myself that, for one, the division started so far back. It started during slavery for us. It was where they were, and it wasn't just in the U.S. There were African continents that did that division as well. Don't do we not remember um what they call apartheid? Is that what it was?
Oh yeah, yeah. In South Africa, apartheid. Yeah,
Where
Rwanda. Not Rwanda.
they separated out by I
Rhodesia.
don't
It
know
was
by
Rhodesia.
what, but it was still by a little bit by color, but I think it was almost by, what did you say, Jay?
I said, yeah, it was South Africa at the time. It was called Rhodesia. It's currently known
Okay.
as just South Africa. But yeah, you 100%
Yes.
right, sis.
Yes. But it wasn't, so it wasn't just here, but my thing is too, and adding on to what Tori said, what this country has shown is that what they were able to do then worked, and they not gonna fix that because it still works. They're still able to create a lot of division within the Black community. Just by, they know they have trigger words that they can drop that's going to continue to create that division, because we are too strong together. So they got to keep us divided. We got to keep harping on something that that's different from me to Lashes, or me to Urban, or me to Nikki, or whatever. They need that, because as long as we don't come together, we remain to be weaker.
Yeah.
And I just believe that to be what is making that work. And it doesn't work with all of us. Everybody isn't like that. I'm not like that, but I know that there are people that are. And I can't say that I always wasn't. I think as a young girl, I could remember feeling some kind of way about the girl who was a lighter complexion with the prettier hair, because I wanted my hair to do what her hair did. It wasn't because I hated her because she had that hair. It was because I loved how her hair looked. So I wanted my hair to look like that, maybe. But I also think some of that is because we're taught that there's something wrong with our hair. I used to get relaxers. And then when I went natural, I had talked to my mom about going natural when I was in my 20s. And I remember sitting on her bed talking to her about that. Like, I just think I want to have that Afro puff. I think I would be cute with like that kind of hair. But what if I go natural and my hair doesn't do that? Because that's what I want my hair to do. And I still didn't do it then. It was much later that I did it. But when I did, I'm like, I felt like I should have done it a long time ago. Like, why did I wait this long to embrace my hair? I love my hair. But I think so much we see so many other things that we want to, just like now, a lot of the women, nothing wrong with it, not knocking anybody who does it, but
Mm-hmm.
with the fake lashes and the different hair that they're putting on to look a certain way, and all the things going across countries to get is it called the BBL? Yeah, that.
Yep, the BBL. Yep. And
All
coming
that
back
stuff.
jacked up with no kidneys and missing. Yep.
Yeah, it's like, we are, that's another division thing of making you not love who you already are. Do I not like some things about myself that I would like to change? Yes. But I'm not willing to go and do that to change it, because I love more things about myself than the things that I'm like, because I don't have to change them through those ways. I can, I embrace who I am. You're going to get this. This is what you're going to get.
I know that's right.
I want to put up a comment by you guys keep up. I want to put a comment by Soil Sister, and we can kind of maybe go talk about that point. Hold on, I
Mm-hmm.
want to put it up in case you guys can't see it. She's saying, appreciate this conversation. We all know this is going on not only in our community, but globally. We know the problem, but where can we look for the solution? What are the chances of fixing this?
I don't know. That's a good
Ooh,
question.
I'm gonna let y'all go first because
Good
I got
question. Good
opinions on it.
discussion point. Yeah.
It is. I don't know that we can fix it because it's so easy to keep it broken.
Easy
I,
for
I,
who? Us
for,
or them? The thems, whoever the thems are.
um, Both. I know. I don't know if I'm sure you guys heard of him, Charlemagne the God, the radio host.
Yep.
He makes this comment a lot. It is so freaking true. Who cares about the truth when the lie is more entertaining? So most people
True.
don't want to deal with the truth because this part, some people find this to be just more interesting. It's something that they can lay their mind on, that they can believe, because maybe they have dealt with somebody who treated them a certain way because of who they are. Maybe their hair, maybe their eyes, maybe their lips, maybe whatever, their skin color. So it's easier to fall into somebody telling you that all these people in this circle are going to treat you this way because this is how they treat people who have these lips, and or this is how they treat people who have this hair or this skin color.
Mhm.
And instead of you, it's just like the same, it's no different than some people believing that all white people are racist. That's not true.
No.
You know what I'm saying? But
Right.
some people know this not to be true. But some people, because they've had a situation that showed them that this is something that is real, they want to believe that this across the board. Or all black people live in the ghetto and are poor. You know what I mean?
Correct.
It's not true. But some people want to believe that. I will tell you, when I started working at the company I work at, I had a lady who just assumed that I knew every Ray Ray and Baby that was on the news for getting. She would literally ask me, she'd be like, "Did you see on the news that guy that they arrested for killing his mother or some crazy stuff?" And I'm like, "No." She's like, "I think they said his name was such and such. Did you know him?" I said, "Lady,
That's so
What did I
insulting.
tell
That's
you?
so
They want to
insulting.
plum,
oh,
plum, plum. They want you to slap them upside their head and lose your job with them kind of
she
foolery.
tried me."
Oh, they
And
try
I'm
you.
like,
Man.
and now she actually was, and it wasn't just me thinking it. Her other white women who worked at the company told me that this woman was racist. But the fact that you just assumed that because he lived in this quote unquote hood neighborhood, he's a black person, I'm a black person, you don't even know where I live. I know him. Do you think we know all the black people who live in this city?
That's what they think. They're so obnoxious with it. And if you're not careful and you get out of character, you'll be pulled out with security.
Now,
But I
now
learned to
I'm the
kind of
one wrong.
yeah, and I had to learn to have a comeback. So like I would just say, "Oh no, I don't know him, but maybe your daughter does." Like just a little
Oh,
underhanded.
that's
Maybe
a
your
good
daughter
one.
does.
That's a
And
good one.
Wow.
That's a good
also,
one.
Ouch.
yeah, because
Ouch.
you got to have a comeback because you can't let it
Yeah.
anger you. And this is the like talking about soil sisters comment. How do we fix this?
Yes.
By talking about it, having conversations, of course, but by teaching each other the strategies and how to deal with this because this is a unique situation that we find ourselves in. It's very unique. Only we have to tolerate it. I went to Germany, had some slurs said to me. We had over here like, and I don't even know what you're saying because you're speaking German. So I don't. What are you saying? And I translate to me. Oh, they're saying blah 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 blah. Oh, whatever. It didn't hurt me because I didn't know what you were saying. So whatever. But there's slurs here. There's slurs there. All over the world. That's their default. That's why I'm saying it's a global
Mhm.
problem. The one problem I told you guys
Yep.
from the beginning of this live, I'm trying to find certain history. I'm seeking it out. I'm interested. Can't find it. Cannot
Yeah.
find it readily available by just typing clickety clack. Nothing's coming up but the common, obvious American names, dates, and stuff like that. That's problematic.
Yeah.
Other people can find stuff. So I have to go and dig. Thank God Carbon mentioned several books. How many of us are going to actually go and expand our knowledge? Because if
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
don't do it,
Yeah.
the next generation is not going to know for us to kind of pass that down orally, give them tips, show them the books, and pass it down. They've they, the people, the powers, whatever I call them, they have made a major point and effort to erase our history. Literally,
Yep.
Yes.
things that happened in the last 50 years,
Continuing to
I
do it.
cannot
Mhm.
find. Never mind
Yeah.
going beyond the 50 years. I cannot find it. And I'm saying this to
Yeah.
you all. This is concerning. If we can't teach
Yeah.
our people the history, their their inventions, their wealth, the royalty, their lineage, all the different things that have happened. What's going to happen?
Mhm.
And we're seeing the
Mhm.
I could tell
problems
you,
of kids who are raised by TV already. Go ahead, jump in,
sis.
African.
Okay. To back to Soul Sister question, or her comment slash question. I don't think it's looking good. I'm gonna keep it a if y'all get time, Urban, Gina, love the sweatshirt by the way, Gina. Um, y'all should check out. Y'all should really check out a phrase that was implemented and used centuries ago and is still in effect. It's called meritorious manumission. Meritorious manumission is the manner by which enslaved persons, indentured persons, primarily slaves, could increase their proximity to whiteness, power, whatever you want to call it, by acclimating to the needs of the master, snitching on other black folk. Oh, master, he got two biscuits. You know he's only supposed to take one. Stuff like that, and
Mhm.
then they would get
Mhm.
rewarded for that behavior. Gina
Mhm.
is into
Right.
Gina is into finance and money. Urban uh Lashes talks about finance and money.
Mhm.
I think the upcoming social credit wave that we headed toward, that will be the balance. That will be one of the things that will balance out the whole race dynamic, because it will be about behavior and proximity. The more that I acclimate my thinking, my mannerisms, my culture, my way of living, my all that I am, to acclimate to this system, then I'll be rewarded. I will be pat on the head and I will be treated better. And that's one of the ways that I think it will impact us going forward. Let's go to point two. Point two is racism is very simple for me. I don't know why more people don't talk about this enough. Uh, May the Most High bless Dr. Francis Cress Wilson. It's very simple. It's genetics. I believe that with all my heart and soul. We have the ability to F everybody on this planet out of existence if they mate or procreate with us. Why wouldn't everybody be? It's not just I guess, to be a Caucasian or white. I guess you could see that in direct opposition. That's almost like yin and yang. But a lot of people, Urban, you've been saying it's global all night. It is global.
Mhm.
Lots of people don't like us because of our DNA, because of the power that we have, the power that we possess. If you fall in love and mate with me, I'm turning everything that follows into me. Now, they may be part of you, but eventually they're going to look like me. This is genetics. Racism exists because of genetics. It has to be division, or we'll be the only people walking around again. Let's just put it out there for what it is. And the last point, Urban, you talk about this all the time too. Our food, what we eat, what we consume, how it's altering and changing our DNA. We talk about transhumanism over here on our channel. Our very DNA is being reconstructed. I ain't gonna get into no specifics about what's been happened over the past couple of years, but between that and the food, just because we look like we look right now, and whether you call us black, we call ourselves black, whatever, this stuff is so out of hand. It's no guarantee that by the end of the century, we still gonna look like how we look right now, because
Mhm.
the science has literally made that much progress. But to answer Soul Sister question, I personally don't think there is a fix. I think the circumstances will evolve and they'll grow into something that's either better or maybe worse. But fix?
Mhm.
Hmm.
No, you fix you go get an oil change, baby. That's fixing your oil. You fix the light bulb that went out. When you dealing with literally billions of people, and this is one of the most in-depth, intellectual and thoughtful and thought-provoking conversations I've heard in a long time. I have to hear it from my sister Urban and people on the panel. The ratio is probably 1,000 to 1 of people who can sit and gather and converse like this versus all the people who doing the dumbest thing you can imagine a human being doing in this very moment. They don't care. We're
Mhm.
outnumbered. We're outnumbered.
Mm-hmm.
Period. It's
Yep.
bleak. I hate to be dismal. I hate to be dismal, and I hate to sound so
And we're outgunned
myopic
too, right?
and and a lot. Shit, man, come on, sis. Don't get me started. I'm okay. That's my rant. I want to hear what you ladies think.
No, but we outgunned. Like I was thinking about even like the last 3 years with the pandemic. And the first thing and the main thing they wanted was to get their products and their stuff into Africa. And the African people, and even
Come on,
Haiti, I think, even
come
Haiti.
on, sis.
And their
Come on now.
president came up missing. Was it coincident? I don't know. But it seems the timing is a little odd that they're trying to push a product and they said no, and two Tuesdays come up missing. And these people came in and took him out. They want to get into Africa. They're all over pushing this thing into Africa. Then, money, money, money. And they guess they couldn't afford it. They couldn't get in Africa. And what were the numbers in Africa? They weren't dropping like flies. They weren't dropping like nothing. They were living their best life. They were chilling. They were eating their healthy, homegrown native food, swapping, products, going to market like they were before. Some people had a little sniffle, a little whatever, moved on with their life. But why
I
did they
heard.
want
Can
to
I
get
talk?
their products into people in Africa? The same way when they
Come
brought
on.
their powdered milk for babies over there. No, breastfeeding is so outdated. We have something better for you. What happened?
Yeah,
Because it's very hard to eliminate black people.
yeah.
If we want to be just
So
blunt, it's very
I
hard
I
to
took.
eliminate. If you watch Star
It's
Trek,
very
it's
hard.
very hard to eliminate a Klingon. It's very hard to destroy a Klingon. They're very strong people, and that scientific show they had different people from around the planetarium, but the Klingons were most likely black people, in my opinion. And they were very hard to kill, very strong DNA, very. But why do they keep wanting to go to Africa, Africa, Africa? Because if you can really control and run Africa, you can probably control the whole world. Because a lot of wealth, a lot of natural
Facts.
resources,
Facts.
and stuff. And that's why everybody, when you start going back, even within the last 50 years, you don't have to go back too far, and you hear about people singing and talking about Pan Africanism.
Mm-hmm.
Where are they now? They seem to disappear
Yep.
because that's the key. That's one of the linchpins. Uniting and having a functioning continent. And people are now repatriating back to some of those countries who've never been there in their life. Oh, why would you want to go to Africa? The same way Africans in Africa. People want to see something different, want to experience something different. And a lot of people like it because there's an ease, not an
Facts.
ease of living, not an ease of, it's an ease where everything is not revolving around you being a higger. You don't have to worry about none
And,
of that when you're there.
and
And
let the
that
church
people don't
say
seem to
amen.
understand that release, that peace, that you're not walking around. There's corruption, yes, but it's not revolving around my pigment or my race. And unless you've experienced that, you really don't know. People who've left the US never want to go back there in their life. They will stay in a hut, living a simple to never go back to the US. And there's a reason for that. If they don't like you, they don't like you. Not because your shade, your complexion, nothing. They don't like you. It's not based on your
It's gospel,
race
sis.
because you're all pretty
You
much the
you
same.
preaching.
And there's a feeling
You
of
preaching.
peace that they're finding. But there's something to do with the agenda, and they tried to send their packaging over there and their products, and it wasn't received, and they were fine. They were fine. Who was dropping like flies? North Americans dropping like flies. What's the difference between them and us? Probably the food and what things we're allowing in our
56%.
body that are changing the very thing that African was talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's
That's
just,
why
it just,
something
56%
in
of
me
the
told
country.
me
I'm
years
sorry. Go
ago
ahead, Jen.
to get back to my traditional foods our ancestral foods. What did she say here? When they say, hold on, 1 second here. When they said for us folk to go first, red flag, definite red flag for me too. I said that's the one time I will go to the back of the bus. I will voluntarily take the back of the bus. You go first. No, ma'am. Since when do they put us first? That's what I said to somebody, and they thought I said I'll go after you and your children and your grandkids go first, and let me know how it goes after a few months, and then
Yep.
come back and circle back to me.
Yep.
Circle back. We are hard.
Yep.
We are hard. They have us believing that we're the minority. And in actuality, when you
Mhm.
check the numbers and the stats, people of color, whether brown, whatever other shades, are more than the Caucasian counterparts. So there's
Mhm.
no, that minority argument is actually doesn't even exist. It makes no sense. We are not the minority, but they have us thinking that and having a deficit mindset, which perpetuates their narrative. But they no,
Yeah.
they're not the majority. They're afraid. They're afraid as anything.
Yeah.
Afraid.
Yeah. It wasn't until recently that um, we were such a determinant factor in politics. They didn't care about what we wanted and what we thought. Now
No,
everybody wants our vote. Both sides. Come over here. We need you. Well, now it matters because we are a large number.
correct. And they're scared. And there's a fear. And we're too busy arguing about these same old things, same old stories, and nothing's really changed. When you go back to James Earl Jones and a lot of his work and the things that he mentioned in all his old films, and even Muhammad Ali. When you go back to some of the stuff they were mentioning, nothing much has really changed.
No,
Hasn't changed.
nope.
And they had some ideas of what to do then, and people were against it. And it's like
Yeah.
nothing much has changed. We need to open our eyes and see things a little differently.
Mm.
Go ahead, African. I think you were just going to say something.
Yeah, well, that almost what y'all saying is so is really spot on. Because for one, to what Gina said, uh, regardless of education level, just a little bit of in-depth study. I mean, internet sleuth could just get online, go to the right sites and look at this. I know every decade we have census, and I know we have a lot of different organizations that study population and this and that. I do not believe with any part of who I am that it's even remotely accurate. I refuse to believe that we have been 12 to 14% of the population for y'all literally 100. Come on, man, for the century, bro. You still
Mhm.
saying we this amount of the popular really in real life, and I'm supposed to believe that and just take it?
Mhm.
And then
Mhm.
to what you said, Irvin, I don't the we can I don't know. Y'all know I really like to try and be realistically positive as best I can be, but when we having conversations like this, when I look at going back to Gina again, like everybody wants us now because there's more of us. We are more significant than they give us credit for being, both
Mm-hmm.
politically, economically, socially, and all of that. Um,
Mhm.
they, I think that we I don't want to say we'll fail. I just think it's gonna be different, and it'll never be what it once was again for a myriad of different reasons. Cause if it,
Mhm.
I mean, look here, you got all these different groups. You had, and again, I'm open to hearing anybody's arguments about whatever new history they've discovered, why they feel the way they feel. I'm always trying to learn, so I'm open to it. But
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
you a military and army is purposefully broken down into battalions and divisions and platoons and squads and groups and so on for a reason. But these fissures in the collective that we have now, another one pop up every day. There are some people who really truly in their heart believe that no black people that are in the US ever came over on a slave ship. There were no slave ships. That never happened. It was all a lie. There are other people who feel like what you were talking about earlier, Urban. Um, yeah, you might look like me, but you ain't black. I'm the real black. It's stuff like that. How in the hell do we win as a collective? It's at a point now you can honestly ask yourself, what collective?
Mhm.
Correct.
What
What
collective are you
collective?
talking about exactly? There is
Mhm.
now. There is meritorious manumission, and it doesn't have to go by the typical schemes of being rewarded. Convincing 40% or 20% of the population to jump in the rap game and look all alike, and your goal should be a Bugatti when you can't even spell Bugatti and you work at the plant third shift. I mean, bro,
Mhm.
go for your goals, but that's where
Mhm.
some people heads at. And then, like Gina
Mhm.
said, and I never get into women's issues, women. I stray away from that. But for the sake of this conversation, you got everybody damn near walking around looking alike. You can't
Mhm.
tell some black women from Latino women, from Puerto Rican women, Korean women. How the hell Korean women and black women, because of, the dress, the style of hair, the style of wig, the style of lash, the style of makeup, the way it's
Mm-hmm.
contoured, everybody look the same. Y'all, I'm telling you, this is how some parts of racism go away, and this is how
Mhm.
a larger and more in-depth form of a social structure is implemented and put into place.
Mhm.
We really do have people my age and younger who feel like just because Loving v Virginia was passed and I could walk around married to, I could marry a white woman, I could marry anybody I want to, well, racism's over, it's all good now, we's equal. How
Yeah.
do how do I convince you otherwise, bro or sis? Just because you reached some milestones and goals in your life and you pulled it off, that don't mean it still ain't people out here who have come from the bottom of the bottom and don't know how to. They can't even envision life any other way. I just,
Mhm.
I don't know,
They're
man.
naive.
I don't
They're
know.
naive to the system that they've been living in, and the impact that it's been having, because they're putting a face on things, and the face is okay. Now we can intermarry legally. That's not really the face. That's like almost a side effect. That's not the system that's still controlling and limiting your growth, who you can sell your house to, lines in the border, like all that's a fact, but they're just not even clued into that fact yet. They're still on, they're still in the basic stuff. They haven't clued into the other
Mhm.
layers of racial inequality and
Sis,
systemic racism.
yes,
But hand to the dirt
yes.
here. Let's just bring him, chime him into the conversation. Stacy,
Okay,
What's up, bro?
right quick. What's going on, everybody?
Hey.
nothing much, man.
I got to run and
What's
hit up my
good, bro?
niece's basketball game, but just chiming in on what African Dreaming has said. And I agree with him 100%. Now, as far as us all coming together and getting on one accord, and I don't think that's going to happen. But I think the things that you can control is you, your surrounding, and your family. You know what I'm saying? That's
Mhm.
all we got
Facts,
control over.
facts.
Trying to get the whole world, all uh, black people together, that's going to be a hard one because I
Mhm.
feel
Mm-hmm.
like the play is already in. And what I
Yep.
mean by that is, you ever seen somebody on the basketball court that was just garbage? I'm talking about they couldn't hit a basket to save their life.
Mhm.
And we call that self check. He self check. You ain't got to worry about it. That's what black people are right now.
Yeah,
That's what black people are right now. We
yeah.
self check.
Mhm.
You don't have to worry about it. They don't have to do anything else detrimental to us. It's already in play. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? They don't have to
Come
do
on,
Mm-hmm.
bro.
another thing. It's already in play.
Yep.
See what I'm saying? So we don't took the bait. You know what I mean? The division is the divisiveness is already in play. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? We
Mm-hmm.
don't took men out the houses. You know what I'm saying? And he and African Dreaming is 100% right. If you
Correct.
take a black man and you mix that black man with anything, it's gonna be black.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And you could wipe out this whole. You could wipe out this whole um, world and turn this whole world black.
Mhm.
And some people they know that. You know what I'm saying? They know that. Like, okay, we got to make sure that this doesn't happen because you get what I call shrinkage. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Of your, whatever your race is can be eliminated. I'm saying
Mhm.
you have some essence of it somewhere in there, but black is a strong gene. It's and you're
Very
gonna get
strong.
those
Yep.
features. And I also want to say, as far as this colorism, yeah, it's terrible, and it did start. Uh, I think it did start in slavery, not only in slavery and colonization in Africa also.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
A lot of people,
Facts.
we
All
always talk
facts.
about slavery, you know, we talk about slavery, but we don't talk about colonization. You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
they dealt with that. And even till today, I was listening to this African guy and he was saying, how much so many Africans in love with white folks. It was
Mm-hmm.
like he can open up a store and then the white man can come and open up a store next door to him and they're not gonna come to his store, they'll go to the white people's store
Mm-hmm.
in
Correct.
Africa.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
In Jamaica,
So
all
These is
over,
facts,
same
bro.
problem. Yep.
These is
I was gonna
facts.
say that's
Facts.
everywhere.
Yep.
yeah,
Yep. Everywhere.
Although I will always try to support black business first, but we be doing some stuff,
oh yeah, that's true now.
which
Don't
is
get it
why we
twisted.
tend to go back to some stuff that runs a little
Yeah,
different.
that's
Because
true.
our people need to come right. Quit
Yeah,
thinking just because it's you,
yeah,
people gonna patronize. Because I want service no matter where I go, so I'm not
that's
gonna
true.
go to nobody who ain't gonna give me good service.
I agree with that 100%. You know what
Yep.
I'm saying? I agree. I've tried, you know what I mean? And if it's good service
Mhm.
somewhere, then I'll keep going. But I'm not finna be talked to all crazy and then you just slap my food up on whatever it is. I mean,
Or
expecting
whatever
me
it
to
is.
pay
Yeah,
for it. Yeah. Yeah. And
yeah.
then I want to go
Mm-hmm.
talk a quick, and I run ahead and watch my niece play basketball. I watched these documentaries on Argentina and South America, how prejudiced they are towards people of African descent. Even in Mexico, there is a
Hmm.
Yep.
African Mexican population in Mexico. And I'm sitting there listening to them, and they're dealing with the same things that we're dealing with. I saw a
Hmm.
documentary on Argentina, how the Argentine tried to turn Argentina just straight white. You know what I'm saying? They were trying to kill all blacks. You know,
Hmm.
they they got with, they had some Africans that freed themselves and they were trying to fight the Europeans that colonized them. So they made a pact with the Africans to, hey, we're gonna fight these guys off, and then we're gonna split the country, blah blah blah. Well, they fought them off, and then they turned on the Africans. You know what I'm saying? They
Hmm.
tried to eliminate them all. So there's a lot of prejudice everywhere towards anybody that got any kind of pigmentation in their skin, and it's
Hmm.
sad, but it's true. If you look at a few years ago, I was looking at this documentary about this black Brazilian. Um, she won Miss Brazil. She won, and then once they put her on television, and these people saying that they had never, a dark skinned Brazilian had never won this. They had never
Hmm.
won. And once they put her on television and the people saw that she was a dark complexion. They took the girl crown.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's not just in America. It's even in Dominican
Hmm.
Republic. I was over there, and it's amazing how they treat the Haitians, which is on the other side of the island.
Hmm.
They treat them like
Yeah.
dogs. They treat them like
Exactly.
dirt.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Dirt.
So yeah, they treat them like dirt. It's anywhere you got some pigmentation in your skin on this planet, you looked at, it's going to be an issue. You're going to be looked down upon, or if they see strong men and women building families, they don't want that. You know what I'm
No.
saying? Yeah, that's the
No.
key. Building
Yeah.
strong families. And
Yep.
if we can keep them divided and the men fighting against the women, we're the only group that I know of that I've ever seen on any of these social media platforms that sit on these platforms and argue about our relationships, what a man
Yes.
should be and what a woman should be. We're the only ones. I ain't seen no other ethnic group sitting on these social platforms arguing back and forth about what a man should be and what a woman should be.
Or what they should do and shouldn't do. I agree.
I have never seen it. If she can't do this and that, and what you bringing to the table and blah, all this
Hmm.
foolishness. So
Hmm.
I just say the play is already in. We've already
Yep.
taken the bait. You know what I mean? All everybody got to do is just stand back and watch us destroy ourselves.
Hmm.
And
Exactly. That's what I
that's
keep
all I
saying.
had to
We
say.
keep arguing over the same points.
Yeah,
Thank you
yeah,
for
we the only
Hmm.
adding that.
ones.
But yeah,
I ain't never seen no Chinese people on there talking about some what the role of a Chinese woman is, the role of a Chinese man,
Mm-mm.
and if we 50-50, then we roommates and all this kind of foolishness. I ain't never heard about that.
Hmm.
Yeah,
And
so we the
Facts.
people,
only ones.
instead of
Facts.
people just dealing with what's in what they, if that's what you want, that's what you want. If that's in your house, that's in your house. Some people never share a bank account. Some people never, only one person pays the bill. Some people, it just, what works for you works for you. Why are you worried about what anybody else doing?
Right. But
Exactly.
I'm just saying, man. Now, let me get into my niece thing. That's all I want to say. Speak
Yes,
to everybody. Y'all have a
enjoy.
good day.
You too.
All
All
right,
right,
take
bro.
All
care,
right. Bye.
Stacey.
Bye. Bye.
Yes. And I was gonna add something to what I saw Joe Boss say in the chat about the Dems taking not pretty much not appreciating the black take, not caring enough to take care of the black vote when they had it.
Mm-hmm.
Two things could be true. One,
That's right.
all parties, all parties need the black vote. May it be
Correct.
Dems, Republicans, Independent. They need the vote. The other thing that could be true is they don't care about us. They need the
Ooh,
vote. They don't
ooh, Gina.
care about us. So we
Hello, Michael
assume because
Jackson.
they
He told us
need the
already.
vote that they gonna do the things that we need, that we say we need for our community. And when they drop the ball, we're shocked. They don't care. They just need two different things.
Ooh, ooh, Urban
Mm-hmm.
Gardening Chronicle. Gina saying stuff out loud on your show.
Yeah, but I agree. They've never cared about us. Michael Jackson told us, and we act like we don't know. They don't really care. He put in a nice song, a nice melody, and he had some clapping involved, and the song is true. They don't
Yeah.
care about us. What you gonna
And to
do
be
about
quite
it?
honest, it ain't just the black vote. It's anything that
Anything.
those folks that's sitting up in them seats. It's all about what they want. So
We be
anybody who
arguing
wants
over
something
parties.
outside of that, they don't care. They just
We
need
argue
your
over
vote.
parties. They don't make a difference. They all
They
in bed
don't
together.
care.
They're all in the same bed. They're all swapping back and forth.
That's why
Yeah.
I don't, I have, and I hate to say this out loud on this platform, but I have a bit of lack of respect for a single issue voter. I always have. I just don't get a person who's like, well, if it falls in pro-choice, I'm voting for this party. If it falls in pro-life, I'm voting for this. Like single issue stuff, you're not taking the time to look at the full
Their
aspect
full
of the
platform
party.
of their of the
You
party.
need to be looking at all of those things, and if they don't all resonate, enough of it resonate with you, because it probably ain't all gonna resonate, but enough
Right.
of it, not just one thing. I just can't. I can't. And I'm not
Well,
a party. I've always been a person who doesn't. I don't sit with a party. I sit with what sits with me. So I vote
facts.
across lines. I always have. But
Yeah,
and
whatever
I
issues
love you for
are
that.
present. Yeah,
I
you
look at
can't
the
be loyal
I
to a
love
party.
you
person.
If you're
for
loyal
that.
to a party, that's not democracy.
I look at the
That's
person. I look at their history. I see what I can of them. There's a thing called Google. Did y'all know that?
yeah. You
If
can
you look
click
up a
through
No.
that and
name,
find stuff
you can
about
find
people.
stuff. Dude, how you think the news people be finding stuff?
You can
They
find their
go
voting record.
research.
Yeah, they can find how you how
Exactly
as
voting
a
record.
senator you voted on in different issues and how you. They can find all that stuff. Exactly, you can find
Yeah.
it for yourself.
Exactly.
They're so
I
they're
want to see
arguing. You
us.
guys are arguing about this. Even over here, this party is for black people, and I'm looking at people like you. What are you smoking? Please tell me so I can get some too, because that euphoria must be feeling real nice. There is no party that's for black
That's why
people.
I don't be knowing why people be arguing about these presidents. I ain't gonna argue. I might like or dislike a person, but I'm not about to argue about them because the bottom line is they ain't really looking at what I need anyway.
At
No,
all.
and they're like,
I'm
"Oh, the
not even on
Democrats are for the black."
radar.
No, they're not. They
I'm
use
not
your
even
vote
on
to
radar.
get into play, and they forget all about you. Forget all
Mm,
about you.
Period. And
Period.
you know, like
or
something
prove
that
me
gives me,
wrong. You can
oh,
prove me
prove me
wrong.
wrong. Hey, something that got me that shows how much BS it is. And Gina, I'm just like you when it comes to politics. I used to be so deeply, heavily ingrained in. I still wonder why I wasn't a poli sci major. I don't know, but I just have this passion for politics. And since I've stepped away from it the way I used to observe it and participate, my blood pressure done went down. I feel better. Lost a couple pounds. I ain't stressed all the time. I quit hate watching. I realized I used to hate watch people because it was like okay, I know you on some BS, but I'm watching you anyway just to hear you say a
Mm-hmm.
bunch of nonsense, and I'm walking around my house or in my car
Hating,
listening to you
mad.
get mad, getting upset, and you don't even know who I am. So
Nope.
I'm glad that's over. But one of the most recent cases was everything the way the Crown Act unfolded. Gina, you was talking about your natural hair earlier. Urban was talking about her hair. Now, unless something has changed and I'm unaware of it, the Crown Act could have been passed before the other party had a chance to shoot it down. That it was
Mm-hmm.
there. The possibility
Mm-hmm.
it had, but see, those the games we play that they play. They'll sit back and not take action that they could take, regardless of what side you on. They will
You
sit
about to
back
say
and
something
not.
out loud, Jay. You about to say something out
Oh,
loud.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But that's how they play us. They will put the onus on the
And make
opposing
it look
party
like
or
it's the other
party.
person. Yes.
Exactly. Man, it don't make no
Mm-hmm.
sense that in 2023, any black person, if I want to go back, if I want to move back to the States right now and keep my locks and work in corporate America, I should be able to do that because this is the way it grows out of my head.
Mm-hmm.
And something else y'all you ladies said earlier, before I think before Hands in the Dirt came up, um uh the way things used to be. I think Urban said something about Muhammad Ali and James Earl Jones, and
Yeah.
y'all, this the
Yep.
kind of stuff that make me wonder if we living in a damn simulation because it's the same movie over and
Over and
over with
over. Yep.
different characters with like a few little tweaks here and a few little tweaks there, but it's like we keep living the same life over and over and trying to fix the same problems, trying to uh end hunger, trying to not be poisoned every time we put a piece of food in our mouth, trying not to be get slave wages. Well, slavery doesn't require wages, but be
Mm-hmm.
underpaid or be
Mm-hmm.
like it's the same stuff all over, man. It's so exhausting when you really sit back and observe. And when you do delve into history, it's almost like stepping into your spirituality. People who think you get into your spirituality and you just get connected and you sit around and everything raindrops and rainbows and all this stuff. No, baby, demons come along with that. And when you really go back into history and different parts of history, one of the most depressing parts of it is seeing how much of it is the same stuff that we
Mm-hmm.
face right
It
now.
is.
What's the case? It
That's
was
why
the
I was
case in
saying
the
like it was
16th
a
century.
global, yeah, global thing. But I don't know. Maybe people think I was alluding to the fact that it's going to be a global solution. No, we have to kind of each in our own collective, whether by country or by region,
Mm-hmm.
have a fix because as we both all have said, the problems are pretty much the same and similar, and the issues are the same everywhere we go. We're the people who that are the hated group, the bottom of the
Yep.
barrel, always fighting
Yep.
for basic human rights. That's a common around the globe. We can't fix it as a
Mm-hmm.
collective in terms of everybody in agreement, but in your region there has to be some kind of consensus and moving forward because they have us fighting and scrambling with each other and against
Mm-hmm.
individual small battles that we're not pulling together to fight the one common enemy. And they need
Distraction.
us more than we
Mm-hmm.
need them. And some of us kind of
Mm-hmm.
are
Yeah.
seeing that. You need me
They
more
didn't
than
hear
I
you in
need
the
you.
back. Oh, thank you for
So
saying it
those of you in
again.
the
They
back,
heard you
back,
this
back,
time.
they need you more than you need them. And we need to start to move
Yes.
Yes.
accordingly. I'm going to start to wrap it up because I've been
Mm-hmm.
here for
Yeah.
what, 3 hours?
Yeah. Me. I
And
Look,
got
she
you.
has
we'll
to
go
go to
all
Cosmo
day.
Exams Club. She in the car every Saturday in the car and delaying going to the store. People must be
I just got my crown did. I got my crown
oh,
retightened.
that's nice. So it's
Had to get
like,
Thank
my
you for
locks
having me, Urban.
retightened.
there has to be a solution. And when people tell me and have told me it's not economic, I don't believe that. Money talks.
Yeah.
Money talks. And
Yeah.
when we choose how
That's
and where we
why,
spend our money, I'm telling you,
yes, it's been proven. These companies that flop
proven.
on a show, like when something come out and they like, oh, we don't like that. We gonna pull back our dollars. They come out with a big apology.
Yep.
Like they know
Yeah,
that
because
our dollar matters, people.
you're Your dollar
It
Yes.
matters.
matters.
And the one
Yeah.
fault that we still haven't mastered, because even from James Earl Jones and all these other older people have said the dollar needs to be moving in your own community, and that's where we are not
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
moving correctly. We're spending our
Yes.
money outside and it's not circulating, at least it said 7 times in your own community. So of course everyone else is getting wealthy and we're all here struggling because we're all reinventing the wheel. No, spend the
Yeah.
money. And we all said, sometimes we don't act right. Sometimes our businesses aren't moving. We need to spend the money in our community
Yes.
in some form or fashion.
Yes.
And
It won't
dollars
happen.
matter. I don't want oh
It,
and we're
it
not
won't
marching
happen,
anymore. We're
sis.
done with the marching.
It won't happen. You said it earlier. You alluded to it earlier. You said, and I agree 100%. Every time we build something, they come destroy it. We have had our
They
own communities, whoever they
correct.
Own
is,
banks and
they
everything.
banks and
Mm-hmm.
everything. They come and they destroy it. What community is left for that dollar to bounce around? At the
Yep.
end of desegregation, killed it. It's over with. It's over. I
Yeah.
caught the very tail end of my little small country town. We had a black doctor. He was the physician for doggone almost everybody who went to church, all the local
Mm-hmm.
teachers. It was him and his nursing staff. Those days
Mm-hmm.
are gone. So I don't even know how we actually do that anymore because so many of us are nothing wrong with it, are suburbanites. So many of us are in rural areas. And like Gina said, and that's something our people got to be responsible for too. Some of these black business owners, man, I want to support all my people, baby, but
They ain't
I can't
acting right.
walk in.
Yep.
I'm not comfortable when you overly hood. You just hood like we not friends. I'm a consumer. I'm your customer. I'm not your friend yet. I
That
might be
part.
your friend.
That
I
part.
might be your friend later on down the road, but as it stands right now, I am a consumer. I need you to provide me with service, a quality
Yes.
experience, and I'll keep
Yes.
coming back. And it's a
The
damn
same
shame
way
so
you
many of
don't
our
want me to ask for a discount, you treat me like a
eh,
customer.
come on, sis. That's what I'm saying. So,
Yeah.
but
And
anyway,
we need to
I'll
learn
talk to
those
y'all
hard
forever.
lessons because people ain't learning the
Yes.
lessons. And but it's like, even I went to a store last week to buy something, and it was not a black store, but it was a product for black people. Yeah. And I went into the
Mm-hmm.
store and I didn't get a hello, hey bitch, hey you, nothing, just total ignoring me. I went around. I said, "Do you work here?" To the person, they said no. They were probably just some like a seamstress in the place. I walked around the store. They're looking at me. Walk around. I circled back to the door and I left. And I said,
Yep.
I don't care how badly I wanted this
Yep.
product. I will never spend my money,
Yep.
Yep.
and you can't even
Yep.
Yep.
acknowledge and look me in the eye and nothing and treat me.
Listen.
I mean, they have a way of treating you like you're invisible. A certain group of people treat
Yep.
you like you're invisible. And I told my friend, I'm like,
Yep.
yeah, it was okay. So she gave me an African store to find this product at because it's part of the African attire. And I said, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I'll find it for my people, even if because I will not be ignored. At this
Yep.
point,
Yes.
you're not gonna have me coming to your establishment and you're ignoring me.
Yep.
No,
And if you got good service, I'm going to big up your product.
correct,
Oh,
I'm just
oh,
correct,
saying. I'm
yeah,
just saying.
correct.
yeah. I sure
And
like
they
it.
don't understand that the Google, is powerful because I could just go on there and put my feedback right there on the app and say
Hmm.
terrible service, blah blah blah, and frowning and thumbs down. It's quite quick and
Mm-hmm.
quite easy.
Hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
yes, you're Africans right. Like there is no community. They destroyed everything. But funny, through this pandemic, we've created another community, a virtual community, and
Yes.
And I love
Gina's
it.
wearing Gina's wearing a product right now that you sold from Tanzania. We
Hmm.
Yeah.
buying stuff.
Yeah.
We support each other on the whether it's Etsy or whatever platform you're on. Your stores and your stuff is now global. So if we play our cards
Yep.
correctly and start moving differently,
Yep.
am I
Facts.
buffering or someone's
Facts,
buffering?
sis.
Maybe moving differently. We don't.
No,
We
you
have a
right.
community. It's no longer on a
Yep.
street on a block tied to one specific place. It's
Yep.
a community that's global. I've seen
That's
companies
very true.
advertising on my Instagram that will sell you food from your native place and deliver it to your front door, like
Yeah.
Uber Eats.
Yeah.
Wow.
They have an app that I can buy food and groceries for my family in Jamaica, and they'll deliver it over there. I don't have to leave my house. I don't have to
That
go to the bank and transfer currency and have to go and do, all these. No, they're making it so easy.
Mm-hmm.
that's what's
So
up.
we have a
That's what's up.
community. It's just different.
You right, sis. You right. It's just
It's
it's
different.
different. Yeah,
We
I
can
agree. I
support
respect.
each other.
Respect.
Yeah. Because
Yes.
it's a new world. I can support African who, let's say African's a horrible storekeeper who's always late, never there. It don't matter. His shop is automated. I
Mm-hmm.
can click at any day and
Mm-hmm.
time. So his bad behavior or bad customer service doesn't affect me.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
we found a way to, avoid that whole experience. Click, click, click,
Mm-hmm.
delivered to my front door.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah.
who we choose to support.
Yeah.
But what you're saying is correct. It's a problem. It's always been a problem. That's why people don't support their own because of the service and they're not there and something's
And some of them
always
are great. I go to a
some.
black owned winery. It's a husband and wife. I love the place. I'm always shouting them out in my city because they're here local. Um, if I find something online, African Dreaming, Miss Vanessa, my Renaissance
Your
grandma.
grandma, exactly.
Yeah.
Listen, products on point, service on point.
Mm-hmm.
Can't knock it. I'm gonna shout it out to
There you
anybody.
go.
You looking for a salt free seasoning? You better go check out Miss Vanessa. You looking for a good
For real.
soap? Check out Miss Vanessa.
Telling you. And
But
if we keep
yes.
doing that, we can really change the game. We need to circulate our dollars. Like we try to move away from these points, and it's when I go back into history and as I said and see other people who mention it, the formula hasn't changed. It's just that we need to find a way
Mm-hmm.
to implement it and people to actually
Mm-hmm.
take their businesses seriously so we can
Mm-hmm.
patronize their businesses. Because I don't want to
Yes.
spend the
Right.
money elsewhere if I don't have to. I do
Yes.
want to
Right.
patronize you, but
Right.
I expect good service
Yes.
and a good product at the end of the day.
Yes.
That's
And
the
it
way
was
that it
something
is.
you said too, and not to judge anybody, but moving into these suburban neighborhoods because you want to, go to these particular places and you just abandon where your community is at. Not the hood, not the
Your community.
slums, but just
Right.
your
Right.
community is at. Like,
Mm-hmm.
um, I just be like, okay. And then want to be on the online complaining about how your neighbors is doing this. They complain about this. They calling people on this. They doing it. Well, quit running out there to their areas and support
Hey,
your own community neighborhoods. Just
I'm
saying.
telling
Correct.
you,
And
sis.
build them up.
The,
I'm off my
And build them
the
up.
soapbox.
the Dallas
Build them
metro
up.
area is huge. The Dallas metroplex is massive. Everybody don't want to be in South Dallas. People don't want to be in Oak Cliff. Down in certain parts of the city. And then you got folks in, man, I mean, beautiful subdivisions out in Plano around Farmers Branch, just different
Mm-hmm.
parts of Dallas. Baby, if I won the house, I would go on and sell it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm baby, we live in the States again. We gonna be out in the country. I get me a
Yeah.
double wide and set it on my property while I'm building my house. Cause them days over
Facts.
with for me because I understand and being a parent, I gotta be careful with this because parents want their kids to have the best and the school districts are amazing. I mean,
Yeah.
the some of the schools in Dallas metro area, man, they better than some colleges I've set foot on the
Mm-hmm.
campuses. And these are just high
Mm-hmm.
schools. Uh, but man, when you that, high school with a student body of 1,300 to 2K kids, and
Mm-hmm.
it's like 7 black folk, you
It's
everything every
difficult.
day
It's
ain't gonna be
difficult for them.
sunshine,
Yeah.
baby.
It's
Yeah.
Yeah,
difficult. My
But you're
friend had to move back to, yeah.
compensating. You're
Sorry, my
compensating because
friend.
now you're paying more to live in a certain area for a better school district where you could stay within your community and pay for your child to go to a private school, which is still a good school,
Correct.
and
mm-hmm.
still not spend as much money.
Right.
But it's a matter of choice. It's a
And you
person's
and you put your
preference.
kids in situations where they have to deal with extreme racism because my friend moved to a nice
Yes.
area, two of my friends, and they had to quick a year later move take the kids out because the kids were really they don't have the skills to take that kind of abuse and it's not fair to them. And they were
Yes.
literally
Right,
It's
bombarded with the
right.
staff and other kids and then the kids' parents. You can't even reason with them. They don't give a crap. And it's not worth
yep.
it. It wasn't worth it for them. The lemon wasn't worth the
Yeah.
squeeze,
Mm-hmm.
and they put their kids somewhere else. Because at the
Yeah.
That
end
was
of
a
the
little
day,
kid a few years ago. Yeah.
yep, they make it quite clear that they don't want you here.
Yeah.
They
I
invited the
yeah.
little boy over to a sleepover. They befriended him, invited him over to a sleepover, and
Yep.
he spent the night over there, and they peed on it.
Never came
Excuse me,
back.
Urban. I'm trying to say that polite on your channel. They
Yeah.
urinated on the child. You
Yeah.
remember that, Gina?
Hmm.
All the other little kids took
I
turns, and
don't.
they
I
just
remember a situation with grown women who I think they all worked together, and it was a black woman that worked with them, and they invited her out with them, and she never made it home to see her family again. They
yeah,
befriended her only to, and these were adults, not young adults. These
Yep.
were adults. And
Grown.
I'm
Yep.
like, so it doesn't even end in our young ones. But it's just a lot
My
to think
parents
about when you're
never let
doing
me
that.
sleep out nowhere. Ever in life.
I was that mom.
yeah,
I
And
am
then
that
I don't know
mom.
how people can just have never. Only my auntie,
yeah.
because I have my cousins, and that was it. I've never slept in anybody house ever in my life.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not my
I
like
don't
my
trust
I
family
mine
in
am that
either.
Jamaica,
mom.
yeah,
Yeah,
because they know how this thing work. People can smile in your face
Yeah.
for 5 years, and that one time you go, no, I'm gonna hang out with them. Pure problem. I know
Yeah.
one kid who didn't make it home in time because um they didn't call 911, they didn't call the ambulance, and the child passed away. Sleepover.
Mhm.
Keep your kids
I
at
mm,
home where
remember
you
when
know
you
you
could
can watch them.
trust your friends. Like when I was a teenager, we went to stuff in packs. If we hung out at the mall, it was a pack of us. If we went to a festival, it was packs of us. Now
Hmm.
you can't even trust that your pack is gonna have your back if some stuff go down.
ooh,
No,
girl,
no, you
But
girl.
can't.
back when I
Come
was
on,
a
Gina.
You
teenager,
can't.
I could trust my pack. Like we knew, so don't go. We going to the bathroom together. We doing this together. Don't stray away from us because you're gonna get. We gonna come for you if you do. Like we
Mm-hmm.
gonna go off on you. You're gonna get embarrassed in front of these people. Stick with us.
Yeah,
I don't want to
That's
be
the
looking for
yeah,
old,
nobody.
yep,
It
old-fashioned
is.
common
It's old.
sense.
It is. But that's how my
And
parents were with us. It was like, no, you don't go off somewhere just by yourself. You don't do this. You don't do that. Because it wasn't even safe then. It's
nope.
even less safe
mm-hmm.
now.
Yeah,
And my like,
yeah.
oh, they're my
You can't
friends. My
Y'all
dad didn't
trust
trust none of my
people.
friends. He said they're your friends now. Wait 10 more years and see if you're
now.
all still friends. And he was right.
Hmm.
Exactly.
Mama was right,
Exactly.
because half the time you either fall out, you don't have nothing in common. You're only friends because it's convenient. He goes, you don't understand how it's convenient right now. It's all good. Yep. But you watch the
You
other
see
10
each
years and
other every
see.
day because you go to the same
Same
school. You
school, you
don't,
have no
you're
choice.
not
Yeah,
exposed to other people. Yeah.
correct. So what you
Yep.
call friend is not a friend, it's a convenience thing. So, but he said, no, you're not going nowhere. You're not sleeping nowhere. You come home at X time. You can go out with your
Yeah.
friends here, there, and everything, but at X time, you're behind his home. And even when I
Yes.
was out in the streets dating, I didn't sleep over nobody's house. No, sir. I'm going
No,
home.
I
ma'am.
don't blame you.
You're
No,
talking
excuse
about a
me.
boy's house?
Hell no.
You wasn't even
Even
over
when I
there
grown
unless I
home.
talked to their mother, and their mother was gonna be
Exactly.
there.
It's exactly. And you let go, and then when you became
Yeah.
a grown adult where you could do whatever you want, I still was no, 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 no,
But
no, no,
then
no.
by then it had already been instilled in you to be
Because you don't
mindful of
know when you
certain
close your
things.
eye what's gonna you close your eye and what's going to happen
Yes.
to you. You have to be able to be
Yes.
For real.
trust that you gotta trust people. And if they
Yes.
haven't proven themselves to you, you ain't laying your head on none of their
That's
cushions. Hell
right.
no.
Don't be inviting people to your
Hell no.
house, meet in public. Don't be. And
And
then if
then
you have
I
friends, don't let your friends bring strangers to your house.
Nope.
Mm-mm. I don't know
y'all,
them.
and I'm telling you what facts. And what's even more crazy, back in them days, because I was blessed, I was fortunate enough to have one recently passed away a few years ago. I've had the same best friends for over 25 years, the three of us. I
Hmm.
mean, so
Hmm.
that's rare. And
Yeah.
yeah, and plus we dudes too. So yeah, we would spend the night only at one of our house. Oddly enough, we would only spend the night at each other's house and stuff from teenagers to even early
Yeah.
adulthood. But back in them days, baby, you had a phone for calling and
That's
receiving
right.
calls and sending
That's
text
right.
messages. The internet is littered with folks who done had quote unquote sleepovers and hangouts and stuff, and now your little 14-year-old daughter or 17, 16-year-old son just fell asleep and he got drool hanging out his mouth, people drawing stuff on his head and on his face, and
Yeah.
before you even know what happened, before they know what happened, now it's done got uploaded to whatever site, or
Yeah.
it's over TikTok, it's on Instagram, and it's like
For
Yep.
you
clicks.
can't do that no more
For clicks. Yeah.
No,
for clicks.
you cannot do that
For
no more.
clicks, you
Yeah.
can't do that. Play like that with people's lives, man. Them people's lives,
No.
and you never know, especially at a young, vulnerable age, like late adolescence, early teenhood. Boys, folks taking themselves, unaliving themselves over circumstances just like that. Because even though
Mm-hmm.
some of
Yep.
us have forgotten what it feels like, some can
Yes.
happen over the summer. Some could happen during the school over the weekend. And man, these babies ashamed to go to school Monday
Yes.
because
Yep.
everybody know about it and done seen it or heard
And
about it. And
everybody's
Yep.
talking about it. Yep.
Talking about
That's why
it
these
and
kids' anxiety
retweeting
be
it
on
and
10.
repeating it. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Their anxiety be high.
Hi.
yeah,
They're
yeah,
literally shaking because they can't handle the stress of knowing that they've been exposed, something, they've been embarrassed or shamed. It's not a nice feeling.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a nice
It's
feeling.
and
not.
the
So
mean, I ain't met nobody meaner than a teenager, girl or boy. I mean, just horrible. They nasty. The
Facts.
hormones shooting
And
through
that's
the roof.
forever. Yes.
Yeah.
Because even back when I was in school, teenagers are mean.
Mm-hmm.
They are
yep, they're like
mean.
a wolf pack. Yep.
And they know who to prey
Yep.
on.
Yep.
That's
It
correct.
be that
Exactly.
part. I used to have people tell me all the time, I just look mean, so people didn't never mess with me. And I'm like, but I'm not mean. Why do you mean? What do you mean I look mean? You don't never be smiling. Oh, well,
I
you
don't have nothing
know,
to smile
I
about.
don't know.
Yeah.
Right. It ain't no reason for that. I didn't even realize I
Yeah.
didn't do it.
I
But
remember
people
that
didn't,
guy who
I
went
didn't have
hunting and
people
never
pick
came
with
back.
me. Yeah.
Do you remember that guy who went hunting, never came back, and another person went
Mhm.
hunting and they
Oh,
tried to off him, but then he was a little smarter and realized what was happening and he
Yep.
kind of like
oh
got
yeah.
away. They take you on these trips and these
Yeah.
outings and then you never come back.
Yep.
Girl, girl,
No,
that's what I was finna say a while
no.
ago. I have politely declined people who I respect you. We work together. I think you're a
Yep.
great guy during the work
Yep.
shift. But and I might even been over to your house once or twice. But what we're not finna do is get my black behind out in the East Texas woods and go hunt together. That's
Hell
what we're
no.
not gonna do. Now
Because
That's
they
what
that
we
forgot
I'm
to
not
tell you
gonna
that
do.
you're the hunted and not the hunter. They forgot
Listen.
that part of the memo
yep.
of the invitation.
I have to politely decline,
Oh, by the
baby.
way,
I don't
I'm
want no
African. We're
parts.
you're the hunted. Sorry. And you're like, what? What the black? What the bleepity bleep? And
Right.
now
Yeah,
you out there
man.
by yourself with 5 other people, and you by yourself with no cell phone range because you're out of range,
No
That
nuts.
part.
and your one
No
shotgun
nuts.
and your 5 freedom seeds.
Right. And the reality of it is, even though I'm armed and you armed, best case scenario, we inflict deadly harm on each other. I don't know what be going through people's minds in real life,
Yeah.
whether you military, law enforcement, hunting, or whatever. I don't never want to. I don't want to. I don't want to inflict that level of pain unless I have to, or
Yeah.
deadly force. And I don't want to get shot. It look good in the movies. It sound good, man. But holler at some of your vets. Holler at some of
Yeah.
your gangbangers. Holler at people who
Yeah.
done really got hit with that before. And no, baby. So I just rather not go hunting with you, sir. I will see you at work on Monday, and we're
Yeah,
still
see you
friends.
come on day.
But no
There are
thanks.
people
No
who have
thanks.
given me food and I have thrown it out when they weren't looking.
Honey. Facts.
Girl, you better.
I ain't
Girl.
eating from you. I don't need
That's
your oatmeal,
real.
your bad mind. I don't need your urine or whatever else you put in that cookie or whatever you
That's
did. I ain't
real.
eating nothing.
Yeah.
Okay.
At all. At all.
We
Listen. That's
we
real.
black people have a common united front when it comes to potlucks and you giving us food. Hell to the nah,
Girl.
to the
Look.
nah.
Come on now. To the no.
To
Okay.
Look.
That's a hard pass. You letting your
because
cat lick the
you don't
spoon
mean
and
me no
stuff.
good.
Cat,
Mm-mm.
you got
Don't even
Chihuahua
start. Don't
sitting
even
up on the
start on
cat.
it. I heard you, Jay. Don't even go into it. I'm getting the shakes.
That's next week. That's next week. We'll do that next week.
I'm getting the shakes.
We'll do that next week.
Ah.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, oh,
Y'all know it's
We
oh.
true. Y'all
we
know
have
It
to
it's
get
true.
is.
to the we have to realize that some of these people don't mean us no good. None at
No
all.
good. No good.
Mm,
And speak up for ourselves, because don't put yourself in a situation where you're at risk, your health, your life is at
yes.
risk, and they
Yes.
can change
Yes.
the narrative
Yes.
and say that you started this and you did. No, no, no. Nothing much has changed,
Yeah.
guys. Sorry to say.
Ur-
Not everybody's the
Urban, you
same,
see?
but some scenarios are not that different. You have to really get
And
to
Yes.
know
yeah.
people individually,
Yep.
because they may
Yes.
Yep.
be part of associations that they have not disclosed to you,
Yes.
and
Yes. And
Uh-huh.
they're befriending
don't
you
ignore
as
the
part of a
flags.
game.
Don't ignore
Exactly.
flags. You see Hutch? He's so crazy.
No, he's gonna invite me camping hunting. I was gonna feed you. Hell no! Hell to the no!
I'll go
That's
hunting with you,
exactly
Hutch. You just
that's
talking
exactly
crazy.
why I said, because I'm getting my hunting license. I said to people, who can I go hunting with? Because I'm not gonna be going out in these bushes with random people. And
Don't
he
do
said,
Hmm.
it.
she said, hell
Don't
to the
do it.
no. I don't need to watch
No,
another
ma'am.
news story and then you see urban up in the no, 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 no. Because that's how
Yeah.
people come up missing. And they say,
Yes.
where's
Yes.
urban? What happened? I haven't seen urban in a couple of months.
Yes.
Where's urban? In the bushes,
Yes. But like I was
decomposing.
about
She
to
went on that
say,
hunt trip.
don't ignore those red flags, those little butterflies in your stomach that tell you something ain't just right with somebody. Don't ignore that.
Mm-hmm.
Don't ignore that.
Exactly.
Let, go with that. And
For
even
Go
if
real.
with that.
everybody
For
else
real.
is like, "Oh, she's great," or "Oh, he's great," he's cool people. This, you go with your gut say. Don't let nobody tell
Yep.
you
And
your gut ain't
unfortunately,
right.
no. Unfortunately, we have this sad truth. And the sad truth is this. I don't have to worry about black people being racist against me. Colorist, maybe, but racist, no. I have to worry about everybody else. So I don't know
Hmm.
about you,
Mm-hmm.
African and
Come on.
Gina. I have to have my head on swivel and really put them through a grilling process to determine if they're real or fake. Because if I put my
I'm
trust
Yep.
in
like
that
that with
person,
everybody,
I could get screwed.
especially sometimes black people, because
Black
that
people, I'm not too
colorism is
concerned about them,
real.
being
Oh,
racist.
you should
Jealous,
be, because
yes.
that colorism and jealousy is real. It's been too many
Yeah, that can
things I've
get you
seen where
demise as well.
women have been, yes, just because of
But the demise
jealousy
of being in the bushes
or.
hunting, and then they put me out on the no. So you have to be careful. If
Hmm.
too much
Hmm.
KKK and too much all kind of K's up in the streets, and pretend that they're not KKs
Hmm.
of K's and K's, but they're part of
Yes,
the
GT.
K's.
All people.
All people.
We hurt each other
We
too
hurt each
much.
other too. Of course we do. I'm not saying we don't. I'm not saying we
Too
don't hurt each other.
much.
I'm saying I have to worry about you being racist. I got to worry about other
You
things.
don't have
I
to
got to
worry
worry about
about that. But yes.
I got
Yes.
to worry about racism from other
Hmm.
people. And if I go out with those people out in areas and I'm the only one or I'm the one of the few, I gotta be make sure
Yeah.
everybody knows where I am, the coordinates, the
Yeah.
timeline, the license plate, because I
Yeah.
may come up
Yes.
missing. And you
Yes.
don't know that the person was part of a group until it's too late. They don't
Mm-hmm.
tell you that they're part of the Aryan nation and the Nazi, neo
Hmm.
Nazis and the
Yeah.
this and the that
Yeah.
and the that, and you had no
Hmm.
Yeah.
flags to show you okay something was shady. Nope. I've
Hmm.
seen
Yeah.
people and I've
Yeah.
learned that their daddy's part of a certain group, and that was years after. And I was
Mm-hmm.
never
Hmm.
safely, never really alone with these people because my dad, as I said,
Hmm.
you ain't going nowhere and sleeping over nobody else. And I
Hmm.
found out as an adult that their parents were part of this group. So what are the odds that the kids are not influenced by the ideology of this group?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So don't get it twisted. I'm not saying
Yep.
I'm on a that my own people won't hurt me. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't have to worry about that aspect in terms of
Racism from.
because you're
Yeah.
black,
Yes.
you're where we don't like you. I
But
don't have to worry about
I
that with
almost
my
feel
people.
more I almost feel not I want to say comfort, but that's the word that's coming to my mind, and the fact that I know what the thought is coming from others. But when I don't know what
Mm-hmm.
the reason can be coming from my own community, that's scary because you don't know what they fascinate on that causes them to want to cause you harm. With others, you could say, "Oh, it's because of this." But with ours,
Yep.
I
it's like
yeah,
it could
I see
be
what you're saying.
anything.
Yeah.
It could be like, I don't like the way she wear her locks. She thinks she better than
Exactly.
me. It could be something
Yep.
so stupid. I don't like the way
Gina.
her eyes are because she thinks she better than me because her eyes got a little cute brown tint to it. Just
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's
Gina.
foolishness.
Gina. It,
I'm telling
it
you.
ties back into what both of y'all said. Both of y'all said this earlier. Now, I'm gonna drop a James Baldwin quote. To be black and be in America is to live in a constant state of rage. While ago, when we was talking about the hair and all of that stuff. No, we were talking about the stores. I was just sitting back. I shut up for a while
Mhm.
because I like to listen. I'm listening to y'all, and I realized something. Look at the complexity. And Urban, you mentioned microaggressions earlier. From our own people, we stand a large chance of being treated with horrible service, not being acknowledged, not being regarded as a valued customer. And then we go to the other people's stores, whoever they are, and then we get followed around like we finna steal something. We literally cannot win. We
Yep.
can't
no,
win. This is the
Nope.
yeah,
reality of looking like this, walking around on this planet, not just in America, not just in Jamaica, not just in Africa. Well,
yes,
actually, over here it's pretty chill. I'm just another dude. But um,
Hmm.
in certain parts of the West, man, it's crazy. And
yeah,
living with that and not realizing how that weighs on you every day in, day
yeah.
out, it's crazy.
That's a good
Yeah,
point.
Hutch just mentioned about paranoia, and it's true. And that's what I have to most people that I speak to who are black, there is a bit of paranoia. I don't know how you guys feel about it.
Mhm,
He's saying be careful of your paranoia. It feeds other feelings, good or bad. It's true. And a lot of
mhm.
Yeah,
us have a bit of paranoia.
just cause you
Yes.
paranoid don't mean they ain't out to get you. I'm gonna say it again for the people in
True.
the back. Just because you paranoid don't mean they out to get you. It's a thin line between paranoid and living in a state of heightened constant awareness. I don't choose to be hyper vigilant with regards to race. The world made me that way, and that's why I'm still alive in my 40s, is because everybody's suspect. I don't know you. I don't know what your intentions are towards me. So, regardless of your color,
Hmm.
but especially because of your color, hell yeah, I'm watching you. And everybody live in your house. All of you. Everybody's suspect, baby, until you prove me otherwise. And we can take it from there. But I get it.
Yeah.
You
But
don't
there is
want to
a
be
there is a
super
bit of
paranoid.
paranoia because that's why I call
Mhm,
the PTSD. It's all like because of what you've experienced, what people around you have experienced. You know, even being pulled over, walking down, what's in your bag by police. Like, there's a lot of like you just be literally paranoid because you've
mhm,
gone through so much stuff and you can't even really talk about it because you have to just kind of get over it and keep moving on because you don't have time to dwell on anything. Being accused of
mhm.
stealing in stores and all kind of like literally like I have my own stories, never mind my friends, like terrible stories. It's stress.
Mhm.
It's a lot of stressors, and you don't have time to
Yeah.
even think about what you've gone through and what you've overcome because you just got to go to the next hurdle, the next one. There's always another one every day, then another one.
Mhm.
Being in your own front yard
Sister,
and being accused of being on trespassing, like it's just non-stop,
Mhm.
can we go a little bit deeper?
non-stop.
It's not just our paranoia. It's not just our environment. It ain't just the things that we've personally encountered. May we very quickly and briefly discuss epigenetics? They did a study
Hmm.
from some of the last survivors from the last camp. Let's just throw out, let's say Auschwitz. Or, I'm sorry, I don't know if you want to say that or not. But let's just
That's
say
fine.
the
It's an
things that
actual
transpired.
factual place. Yep.
Okay, so some survivors from there, their children, they did a study. Anybody can look this up. You can find it on YouTube. You can Google it. Whatever. Epigenetics is a real thing. The trauma that has been stored in our ancestors is transferred down to us. It is in our blood. It is who we are. Now, certain parts of your personality and your environment can either heighten those things or they can continue to lie dormant, but they still there. So these people that they did this research on, they would never act, because people like to say, "Oh, slavery's over with. That happened way back then. That ain't got nothing to do with you." I beg to differ, sir or ma'am, and here's why. Because those children
Hmm.
that the study was conducted on, they never actually physically existed within the camp walls of Auschwitz. But what it did do is impact their nerve condition, their neurological system, their blood pressure, their eating habits, how prone they were to depression, and a myriad of other aspects that completely dictated their life. Their health is trash, and they eat healthy, they live normal lives, but because of the epigenetics and the things that their grandparents and parents have been exposed to was transferred down to them, and they walking around living with the real physical ramifications of experiences that they themselves did not acquire. That's why it pisses me off so much when people quick to dismantle and throw away and say, oh, well, we ain't even got to go to slavery. We can just go to Jim Crow. Just go to Jim Crow. Baby, I'm from the South. I'm proud of being from East Texas. I know good and damn well there was times where my big mama, my pawpaw, and my grandparents, brothers and sisters, I don't care what was going on. You couldn't call no damn sheriff for no help. You couldn't call no police for no help. It wasn't nobody coming to save you or help you. You think I'm sitting here in 2023 without some of that trauma still flowing through my blood, and that's where I came from? Come on,
That's
man.
what people don't understand.
We get dismissed so quick, like it's all over. That's in the past. I almost cussed on your channel, girl, but I love you, so I stopped.
It's okay. I don't want a small minor infractions here and there.
It's still here. It's still real, man. And we get played short. We get brushed off and told to get over it and like let's move on. Yeah, we moving on, but let's not act like what happened didn't just happen. Let's not
and doesn't affect us. Correct. That's what I, before I even knew what that word was, before I you're the one who told me what that was, I would refer to it as PTSD. And people would and I didn't have no other word to express. I said, I feel, because they asked me, why do you, I said, I don't know what's wrong. I'm like, I just feel like, then why are you so upset about things when you watch the news, and why does it impact you so much? And I'm like, it's not because I'm an empath. And I've realized it's PTSD. I said, there are things that maybe your parents have gone through that have been passed down, and you're on almost like an autopilot. And I said, it's PTSD because they went through racism. They had to leave their country and all the things that happened to them. And they had to swallow it. You can't tell me that's not just passed down and ingrained to me. And it didn't make any sense to them because obviously I had nothing to back up what I was saying. I was just talking.
Exactly.
But then to find out that it's an actual thing and it's a study, it's like that God was showing me. That's exactly what it is. There's some things that we're carrying that have nothing to do with us. That's the experiences from the past, and you can't erase it. You can't just brush it get over it. We can't get over it. That's why I keep saying the truth and reconciliation that we have in Canada for the First Nations and what happened to them, there needs to be some truth. And there's been little to no acknowledgement of what we've experienced and what we've been through. Nothing. No, there's been no. Only now we're seeing the government taking ownership of, okay, this happened in the residential schools and taking some kind of ownership. And people who have been waiting for that their whole adult life were there at the ceremony crying. Why? Because it means something. It's acknowledging and taking. So now they can release that and free themselves. I can't put it any other way. You can't keep saying, get over it, get over it. People, and myself included, need acknowledgement for what was done, what happened. It's part and parcel of the closure. And you want us to get closure, but you haven't done the first part. And we keep going through the same circle. And there's something missing. I don't know what's missing, but as a community, that's missing. But there's other things that are missing because we can't. Yeah, we just can't get to that next trajectory. Something just blocked. There's a blockage there.
I think the next generation, human. They don't want to. Nobody wants to, because some people just don't. This is just period. This isn't just in the what our history has left, the scars that have been left on us for that. But this is just period in families where there's a family, no matter what race the family is, and there was an abusive situation in the family, and the adult that's supposed to be what you consider to be the person that's going to protect you and make sure no harm comes to you, wants you to let things go. Let's just move on and whatnot. You haven't dealt with the situation. Now I have resentment because you don't want to deal with the situation. You just want me to move past the situation. It's you have to have some kind of closure to the situation.
Yeah.
And if you don't get
And
that
there's going to
closure, you
you
can't move
can't you
on.
can't no, you can't. All you're doing is you're just sucking it up and swallowing it, but you haven't really gotten closure. You're faking the funk
Hmm.
because you need to
Hmm.
get that. Same when you have a breakup with a person, you break up. There's you need some kind of closure. People just pack up and I'm
Hmm.
moving, I'm leaving. A Dear John letter.
Hmm.
There's no closure. Like it's just this open
Yeah.
wound that can never really heal. Like I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't know.
And also, I just wanted to say, just for those who are listening, to
Mm,
be less divisive as a community, that also does not
mhm.
mean that we are being exclusive only. Like we're
No, no,
casting out everybody else. It just
no.
means that because our community itself has been so divisive,
Mhm,
and it's not been originated at our own hand, but we are keeping it going. We need to figure out a way
mhm,
to be less of that. And I agree with Soul Sister. Like, how do we do that? And I agree with what was said. It starts with yourself. It starts in your home. You know, when your kid comes home, you don't make blanket statements about anyone, woman, man, green, blue, yellow, whatever, no
mhm.
matter who it is. It is not, nothing is a blanket statement. Just like I said earlier, all white people ain't racist. Some people stand on that.
Right,
All black
right,
people don't live in the ghetto. Some people stand on
exactly.
that. You know, it's all black men aren't rapists and killers. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm,
Shout out
mhm.
to the the boys in blue. Um, but it's, people, some people have these stereotypes of what they think of people, and then they just roll with that. And it's like, we got to stop stereotyping within our own community. And we do that.
For sure,
We
for sure.
stereotype
We
within
do that a
our
lot.
own community.
And you know
We
what I hear?
judge.
Having a non-black person who allowed me to come up on her panel, I'll say this: having one of the things I hear the most, me and April hear this a lot. You know, they don't even like us. And
Hmm.
okay, who is they? Africans.
Who is
Don't
they?
none of them don't none of the Africans don't none of them African like us. And I'm like, really? And I've heard the same thing about Caribbean people. You know, them Caribbean people, they don't really like us. We ain't like them. Man, you know what? I went down that road so hard.
That's a
I have
blanket
no
statement.
choice. It's a
Hmm.
blanket statement, and it's divisive, and it's even if it comes
Mhm.
from an experience, because it can come from one
Yes.
experience you've had. So you
Yes.
gonna hold everybody in Jamaica accountable for one beat butthole that you used to work second shift with, because you had this
Yep.
one encounter with this one dude or this one woman. All Jamaicans ain't worth a damn. That's some of the dumbest stuff
Yep.
I've never heard.
Even if that
And
one
then
person told you that all Jamaicans don't like you, that one person don't know all
exactly,
the Jamaicans.
Exactly. They don't know how
exactly. Exactly. How is it that
Ah,
I can get along
Yeah.
Lord.
with so many people? How is it that one of my closest friends back in the States is the one who helped make everything that me and April have going on over here possible?
Mm.
Because I didn't care that he was continental African. He didn't care I was from Texas. We
Right.
were
Yes.
two people who enjoyed each other company. We built a friendship on our own
Yes.
will and accord, and here we are. And I do the
Yes.
same thing with my Trinidadian people, my Jamaican people, my Caribbean people. Man,
Yes.
this whole y'all, it ain't enough folks that
Yes.
feel the way we feel, and that scares me. That scares
Yes.
me. That saddens me, because there's people
Yes.
out here who don't have grace or compassion for people who look like the God. Just oh
And
my
it's not even grace or compassion, just having the wherewithal to know someone. You don't even give that person a chance. One of my closest friends is a white woman. I mean, that lady, me and her think so much alike on some things. We have some warped minds, I tell you that. But we will make comments back and forth through text, and we always like burn the text, because if they find it, they gonna come after us.
They're gonna come for you.
But yes, but she is, I mean, like, she is my girl. Like, don't come for her, because if you come for her, I feel like you're coming
Mhm.
for me. And some people, I don't even look at it like, oh, that's my white friend. That's my girl. That's just my
It's a
girl.
case
That's
by
my
case
She
friend.
just
basis.
happens to be white.
It is a
Exactly. She just
That
happens to
just
be white. But
happens
yeah,
to be white.
yeah,
yeah, Gina.
I
It's
mean,
case
can
by
you not
case.
focus on that?
Right, right.
But
It's
yeah,
a case
I
by
know some
case
people
basis,
probably see
sis.
that though and be like, "That's weird." No, it's not. She's a person. I'm a person. Guess what? We just be
exactly. No, it's
friends.
not weird at all. I have a lot of white friends. A lot of,
Mm-mm.
and it's. I
I know
feel
you
bad for
don't
the
see
white
it
people
weird, but you
because
know some people are just
yeah,
judgmental.
I feel bad for some white people because I know like they have it bad too, even historically. Like
They
if you had
do.
too many black friends and you have too many,
Yes.
you feel comfortable with the
Mm-hmm.
culture, whether it's Caribbean or just whatever, and
Mm-hmm.
the music and the
Yes.
food, they get labeled as back in the day like N lovers and those kind of
Yes.
things, and it's
Mm-hmm.
like they just
Mm-hmm.
like the vibe and
But she
and they
just
get
her.
labeled because
Yep.
they just
She
being
just
they
her.
or they're
She
trying to
ain't
be
vibing to my music.
act
She
they're
ain't
trying to act
live. She ain't
black
in the
or whatever.
culture. She ain't doing none of that. She just
Yeah,
being her. And
Hey,
what
that's
do
what
you
I
music is
like
expect
very
about
if
her. I
creative.
like
somebody
genuine people.
was period genuine people, period, that's point blank, period,
Period.
regardless of race.
Period.
But you can't expect to have people growing up in a diverse community and then they don't get influenced and then they
Mm-hmm.
think,
Yes.
oh, you're trying to be no, not trying to be black. They hang out like this is what they're from. They eat rice and peas. They know
Right.
about all this stuff, all the I have a lot of white guys at work, and they always say, "Yeah, I had that one black girlfriend back in the day," as if to let me know that they know how things go, and they know about hair oil, and they
Ah,
know about
yes.
our edge control and our little secret. I'm like, listen here, I didn't ask you all. I didn't ask you
Listen,
all.
listen,
Mm-hmm.
Urban. Listen. I eat
I know
rice
your
and pea.
your female secrets.
I eat rice and pea. I ain't Jamaican. I
Yeah,
eat rice and pea.
exactly.
Me
And they
too.
know about the fake hair. They know I know. I'm like, listen here,
Listen,
Hey,
I like jerk
but
hey.
chicken.
that's what I'm saying. They like what they like, and they're exposed to different cultures, and they accept what but they can get labeled as well too because
They can. You're
there's
right.
Exactly.
this
That is very true.
there's a disparaging a classism amongst white people that people
Yes.
who've come here
Oh
now
yeah.
realize there's like a amongst white people, and it's like, oh, you trying to be one of those people, and you're not, and
Yeah.
I'm like, so they get it
Exactly.
too,
Yes.
but
And
it's a bit
Yes.
different.
yeah,
And
It
we've
is
yeah.
talked
different.
about
But you're
we've talked
right.
about
Hmm.
white privilege. We've talked about what their life that they experience and how different it is from mine. But we can have those conversations because they're grown, they're mature, they can handle it, and we can see
Yeah.
the differences. But yeah, that's
Nah,
Yeah.
that's
y'all,
that's what it is.
racism hurt everybody.
It
That's
does.
literally
Everybody.
the whole of the conversation y'all having right now. Now I know because of the presentation of the power structure, the way the power dynamic is set up. Yeah, they kind of win it. They win in a lot of ways. They have a lot of advantages. But racism in its totality hurts everybody because of the examples and demonstrations y'all just used. And
Mm.
look here, how and let's put it where the ghost can get it. If your
Mm.
whole existence is centered in, on, and around being better than me, what do you have in my absence? You got to confront yourself, baby. You got to look at you in the mirror in your eyes and realize you not all you thought you were. And before race was even created or even became a thing, y'all do some
Mm.
history and look at how life really was between Scotland and British, between the Brits and the Scots, between hell the Brits and the Brits, and some of the Scots and some of the other Scots, and some some Finnish people, some
The clan, like
Germanic
clanning, a
people,
clan out.
like
Yeah.
like Clint, yeah, boy, them boys over there beefing harder than, but you never, all you hear about is what they call them, the Vikings. Don't nobody talk about the beef they were
Yeah.
having. Now, if somebody say warlords or tribal wars, first thing popping people's head is Africa. Baby, baby, go up there where it's cold. Go up there where it's cold and where that snow at. Them folk are doing the same thing. The
Hmm.
same
Same
thing
thing.
in the absence of having
Same thing.
us. Come on now. So yeah, racism
And
hurt
they
everybody,
just
man.
don't exactly. They act like it's unique to Africa, and that's not the truth at all.
Hmm.
It at
Hmm.
all. But
Yeah.
I really have to end it now because this has been going on for another
Yes.
45,
Okay,
and
Yes.
I'm not
yeah,
going to be
I'm
like
gone.
African closing for 3 hours. We're not going to be closing 50 million times, like Erica says. No, 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 no. We're going to be closing.
Yes.
But
I'm
this
stepping
was a
down,
good
ladies. Thank y'all.
conversation. I'm glad we had it. I
It
hope
was.
everybody was interested in the dialogue in the chat, and that you got it was respectful and respectable. But let's please not be going back and forth about terminology and like, come on. Then there's no point of having a conversation if you're already going to be jumping in about we ain't black.
Yes.
We know that we like come into a room and read the room. And if the room that you're reading shows that people have a level of understanding and a level of comprehension, let's take that into consideration, please. And thank you. And I know I'm not unapproachable. No, I don't have a problem. I just don't want to keep going over spinning my wheels in the same issues. I'm not going to argue about the terminology. The terminology is the terminology that we've known, and that's what we're going to use. I'm not going to change all the vocabulary to please everybody, and we need to talk about the actual issues. And I know people said in the chat, oh, human race. We already know that. Depends. Thanks, Gina. Thanks, African. Thanks, Tori. Thanks, Lashes. Thanks, Hands in the Dirt. And thanks, Can't Stop Walking But Love Mowing, for popping in. We definitely will revisit this conversation. It's a lot going on in 2023 that should be discussed, and we'll continue to discuss, two-way, everything we'll discuss, food, growing food, conspiracy theories, whatever. Let's remember, be kind to yourself, ultimately, regardless of race, and be kind to others. Simple. The golden rule. Be kind to yourself and be kind to others. And let's take this conversation to your households and your family, your close friends, and just continue the conversation. And we will probably talk about this some other time. Don't worry. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for contributing to the conversation and participating. Thumbs up the video. And if you want to come up one day, let me know. We can talk in person. You can come on the panel and you can join the conversation. Thanks for tuning in. Please comment in the comments field so that the algorithm will spread this out or share it out after the fact. And I will see you. For those who don't know, Planter Garden has a herb garden challenge. And Planter, I think I saw you there again. And me and Fifi were talking and saying people join the challenge who weren't in any of the lives and didn't join from before. So I think anybody who joined after the prize was announced shouldn't be allowed to join, but that's my opinion. I'm saying it out loud. So you can decide, obviously. And so join the Planter Garden Herb Challenge. And we're doing the WIG 2022 right now. Just try to grow some food. We'll talk about that next week and every week. Grow some food and be self-sufficient in these days and age. Okay, peace out. Great weekend. And I'll see you soon. And drop hashtag urban in the chat to drop your link. I will let it run for a few more minutes. Drop hashtag urban and let people find you. Hashtag urban.